Edwin Lisamira. Public universities are making steady and demonstrable progress in strengthening their role of teaching and training Kenya's human capital, President William Ruto said on Thursday after hosting vice-chancellors of the universities at State House, Nairobi. Writing on X, Ruto said they reviewed progress in the management of the institutions and identified the key issues to focus on going forward. Ruto said the challenges of financing higher education are being dealt with as the new student-centered funding model is providing more funds and budgetary allocation rising from 44 billion shillings in 2022 to 82 billion shillings in the 2025-2026 financial year. He noted that 10 of the 23 universities that had been declared insolvent in 2022 have since improved their financial standing. The Judicial Service Commission has announced the promotion of 117 magistrates across different cadres, a move aimed at strengthening Kenya's judicial capacity and expanding access to justice. The promotions, which took effect immediately, followed interviews conducted last month and were ratified during commission meetings held on Thursday last week. 9 magistrates rose to the rank of chief magistrate. 67 magistrates were promoted to senior principal magistrate, while six advanced to the rank of principal magistrate. In addition, 15 officers serving in the Kadhi courts have been promoted to senior principal Kadhi. Businessman and politician Jimmy Wanjigi has taken charge of the Safina party as its leader, marking his return to the political stage after being barred from contesting the 2022 presidential election. Wanjigi, who will be deputized by Willis Otieno, received the instruments of leadership from veteran lawyer Paul Mwite, who applauded the contribution of Gen Z in keeping the government in check.
And I have no doubt whatsoever in my mind that the generation we are handing over the baton to, because today it is the day of handing over the baton to the new generation of leaders led by Jimmy Wanjigi and Willis Otieno and Gen Zs.
For his part, Wanjigi said Safina would seek to rescue the country from misuse of power by the current administration and change Kenya's tax regime.
Kuna hii kitu inaitwa VAT. VAT. Ukienda kuweka petroli, matatu wanaenda VAT kwa petroli. Ni value added, hakuna value added. Hii ni upuzi tu ya serikali. VAT ni 18%. Tutamrudishia iwe sales tax ya 5%. Tunapunguza tax ambao ina collect kila mwaka 400 billion, tunatoa, tunamwekea nyinyi, simupiga makofi.
In 2022, the IEBC disqualified Wanjigi from the presidential race after ruling he lacked a university degree, a constitutional requirement for the office. 5 suspected criminals were lynched by residents in a span of 72 hours in Matungu and Mumias East constituencies, Kakamega County. Western Regional Police Commander Issa Mohamud said the suspects were killed on suspicion of being involved in cattle and motorbike theft. 2 of the suspects were cornered in a botched robbery mission in Harambee after they were found with a motorbike that had been reported stolen. 1 suspect was stoned to death while his accomplice, who was rescued by police in critical condition, died while receiving treatment. On Tuesday, the suspected financier of the criminals was lynched by irate locals after they stormed his home and set it on fire. In Mumias West, 2 suspects were stoned to death in a botched robbery attempt on Tuesday evening. Donald Trump suggested Prime Minister Keir Starmer could use the military to stop illegal migration at a news conference marking the end of the US president's second state visit to the UK. Trump said he discussed migration issues with Keir during a meeting at his country residence, Chequers. The US president talked about his policies to secure borders in the US and said the UK faced a similar challenge with migrants crossing the English Channel in small boats.
Your situation is very similar. You have people coming in. And I told the Prime Minister I would stop it, and it doesn't matter if you call out the military, it doesn't matter what means you use, but it's going to destroys countries from within. And we're actually now removing a lot of the people that came into our country. It's a very hard chore. We were given a very, very bad hand. Millions of people came in from prisons and mental institutions. We have to remove them, and we are removing them. We have no choice, and I feel very strongly about it.
That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord. It shouldn't be like that.
I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
One of the things that are in our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals.
And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice. When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Broadcasting worldwide, Spice FM. Online, mobile, and on radio. Facebook at Spice FM KE. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's Friday. It's Friday. It's Saturday, Sunday, something. There's a song that goes like that. And imagine it's actually Friday and we're getting into the end of the week. Kabisa, kabisa.
For real, for real.
Exactly, for real, for real. It's actually something. It's actually things that some people say, and we're coming to the end of the week, and back by popular demand, it's Friday, and we're 2 Dennises down. I normally say we're 1 Dennis down, but we're 2 Dennises down today. So it's Friday, and back by popular demand is one analyst, political analyst extraordinaire, Josphat. Kamanya. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
How are you?
I'm waking up.
Oh, you're waking up?
I'm still loading.
Shall we pinch you? EVE pinches people for a living. She can
gently.
She can come and help you to wake up properly.
Yeah, but the weather is nice.
It is.
And looks like it's going to be a beautiful day.
It's a beautiful day. There's a song for everything, I'm telling you. It looks like it's going to be a beautiful day. It's going to be a beautiful day. I prophesy that it will be. Weather-wise and otherwise. And it's warming up. Can you feel the moisture in the air?
Yes.
It's going to rain, and it's going to rain soon.
Did you catch a drizzle? Was it yesterday and the day before?
Something somewhere.
Some parts, yeah. Somewhere happened. And I'm not sure what games heavens are playing with us. But the times are promising. I think October is going to be...
Yeah. Heaven is sweating at the moment.
So, yeah.
Let's see what happens if heaven will take a shower soon. The weatherman tells us that is actually what is going to happen. So let's... see. Man, yesterday was a heavy day. On this show yesterday, we had some conversations around stuff, and I was like, wow.
Right.
We started off with looking into the gold scam and how people are actually cleaning money, laundering money, and how people are passing precious metal that essentially would be able to build the economy of Kenya and other countries. And then we went into a conversation with resetting the pulse of the nation. You know how to put the paddles need to go on the chest of Kenya and reset. And it was just so heavy to hear that if you're not involved, then if you're not involved in at the very least a conversation and doing your part, then we're actually doing a disservice to the nation. And we're reminded by PLO yesterday, a saying by Shoyinka, that the man dies in all who keep silent in the face of tyranny. But when things are going belly up and you're quiet, and that you don't have a voice, or you don't use or engage your voice in citizenship or nationhood, then the man in you dies. The person in you actually dies. So we had conversations around that.
Yeah.
And then we ended the show with conversations around young children. I'm not going to say young children. Children being exploited for work, for sexual activity, and essentially being robbed of their childhood through child labor, sexual exploitation, and things like this. And it was just so terrible to hear. It was a heavy day.
Well, I think it had to cut deep enough. Because if you don't engage, like you say, in our societal issues and what is happening day to day, then we lose the right to complain.
Yes.
Then the same saying goes that bad leaders are elected by people who do not vote.
Or do not speak. Me, I'm adding my own, do
That's
not speak.
the thing, yeah. So if you don't engage, then it robs you of your right. That's why it says that the man dies in you, because decisions will be made over you. Your life will be ran on policies that are engineered by people who don't have any interest. But if we can have, what I say, conversations locally, loudly, and together, then we own the shift and the changes we want to see in our society.
Absolutely.
Because as you say, children have the natural right of protection from their elders. It could be the elder siblings, it could be the caretakers, could be the guardians, could be the parents. So if we are not talking about what is happening, because sometimes people say it's not my child, so
it could be your child.
It could be. And then sometimes we make the lame excuse of saying this person is poor, so then mind you, they are a minor. So you give them a job, and that's where now labor exploitation comes into play. But you see, by doing that, you may be feeding them for the day, but you're robbing them of their future, of their dignity. So even as we intervene, how appropriate is the intervention?
Wow.
And perhaps, remember, we've been speaking about revisiting our African culture and what used to work for us, because kids were sacred.
Absolutely.
Life was sacred. Morality was highly and well rated and controlled back then. And there were fewer prisons than today. There were fewer laws than today. Because you cannot litigate morality.
No.
You can't. So,
you can't.
Yeah.
So coming off of those heavy conversations that we had yesterday, I think the realization is that they're uncomfortable conversations, but they must be had. And right here, we will make sure that we have those conversations. We'll do it more often. We'll talk about those ugly situations that sometimes we want to turn a blind eye or a deaf ear to. We'll talk about them because it's absolutely necessary that we do. And today may not go in such a heavy nature, but we'll have those conversations anyway today. We're looking into a couple of things today. The ambassador of the Federal Republic of Germany to Kenya is His Excellency Ambassador Sebastian Groth. He joins us, and we're talking about bridging continent, bridging Africa to Europe, and then Germany working in Kenya, its work and its development. We'll be having a conversation with him around that. And then we'll look at the week in review. Angel Bothia is the national chairperson of the Jubilee Youth League. Shege Majus, is an executive director of the Party of National Unity. You've heard of him, haven't you? And we'll be looking at the week in review. They'll join us for that conversation at 8 o'clock. A number of things have happened. Let's talk about that. And it is Friday, so we'll have a Healthy Friday conversation around oral hygiene. When you think oral care, you think your teeth and that's it. There's a lot more in this entire cavity. And we'll be talking about, diseases. We'll be talking about oral general health, things that you could do from, care of halitosis to other things. So get your questions ready for Dr. Nyacho James, who's a dentist and dental care advocacy champion. We'll have the conversation to round out the week with him at 9. So that's what the Situation Room looks like today. Ndu and Josphat with you. Click in, guys, and let us know where it is that you're tuned in from this morning as we get into these conversations today. Sawa Sawa. Our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. And we are live on KTN this morning. All our audiences, different parts of the country, region, and indeed the world. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. EVE is wheeling the decks behind there. I did not say that she's a DJ. I'm just letting you know that she's handling things in terms of the controls. So asante sana. And Christine, always for pushing content out there for us to continue these conversations. Good to have you guys all as we get into it today. All right. We have been in the Benin Republic this whole week, and Bini. That's interesting because you know what? How it's called Bini is that when they said it that this is called Benin, so the people said no, we can't. How do we pronounce it? And like Pidgin English, by the way, that's how Pidgin English or broken English. That's what broken English actually is.
You mean African English?
Our English. Because what we've done is that we've taken the words that you come and pronounce to us in a certain way we don't understand. So we take your English and we break it up. Like in Nigeria, when we say komot, it's come out. But we've taken the E off and we've taken the U and we've put it together. Komot. What else can I help you? Anything else I can help you, I can say. So they said Benin, and people said, no, this thing that you're saying, it sounds like Bini. So even in Nigeria, the state is Edo State. The capital is Benin. But the people are called Bini. Bini people, B-I-N-I. It's interesting, but essentially. Brotherly is like... it's like in Ghana, people say chale. Brotherly is like my guy, my guy, exactly. What else?
How far now?
How far? As in, how are things with you? How far? As in, where have you reached? How far? I am available. I'm good. I'm here. Everything is I day.
See, I could get by.
You could. By the way, you could get by. By the way, you really could get by. If we went to Lagos, you would not have a problem at all. You get by.
Yeah, I had a friend. It's called Oyewale Oyeyemi.
Oyewale Oyeyemi.
I forgot the third name.
Yeah.
It took me a while to remember his name. I mean, to pronounce his name correctly.
I imagine he's called Yemi for short.
Yes.
Okay.
Oye.
Okay. Okay.
And so I learned a few things and a few skills of trade.
Okay. Is this what we want? Do we want to talk about those few skills of trade off mic?
Apparently, there is a huge exaggeration on the popularity of what Nigerians are known for.
It's true.
But Nigerians also, they are rich in culture and creativity and industry, just like Kenyans. If you find a good blend of a Nigerian, a Zulu, and a Kenyan, you're in for it.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, things to explore.
There's a lot to explore, for sure. And we border, so Benin, of course, borders Nigeria. And this is the proverb that we're going to share this morning, and just part of the Dahomey Kingdom, which is one of the largest kingdoms in West Africa, because you had quite a number of folks who were in the Mali Kingdom with the likes of Usman Danfodio. This was, in the 14, 15, 1600s, and what they were doing in terms of, transatlantic trade, or rather cross-continent trade, and the Dahomey Kingdom was, part of all of that. Very little of that left today. And for the preservation of culture, the green snake said, watching a person is better than biting. The green snake said, watching a person is better than biting.
Wow. Watching a person is better than biting. Yeah. It's like sometimes let them burn in their own bile. Or silence is golden. It's not always that you have to attack. Watch and learn. Things do fizzle out.
Indeed.
Not everything needs to be disturbed, like let nature take its own course.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
you don't have to talk. Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes it's just, let them go. Let them. Or just allow a situation to play out. You don't have to get involved, or you don't have to say anything.
Yeah.
And you can imagine what danger a snake presents. And maybe sometimes you actually don't have to bite. You don't have to attack.
Yes.
The road that's one thing may be going maybe unto destruction on its own, so you don't have to add to it. Just allow it to play out. Sometimes you don't have to add to this fire. It's already burning, then you go and add your
let the essence of time prevail.
Absolutely. Let it reveal. Good one, I think. All All right, so let's look into some of the some of the greetings this morning after we looked into the proverb. And I know that you guys are getting into the room this morning. So always thank you for tuning in. And as we get into it today, I know that we've come to the end of the week already really quickly, and we're into the last week of September from next week already. And just like a joke, September is already over. So thanks for keeping it with us here. And a very good morning to everybody who's tuned in. Good morning from Nairobi, says Pan-African Kenyan. Agutu Ogembo is tuned in. Don Sabo says ghost teachers, yes, ghost county workers, ghost MPs, ghost foreign debt, ghost doctors, ghost interns, ghost houses, ghost news, ghost bills, ghost SHA, ghost money, ghost empowering. What next? What's the next ghost? Don't Sabo, I hear you, bro. I know.
Someone might ghost us.
At this point, we might also be ghosted.
You never know. Yeah.
Gee, it's crazy. But yeah, you're right. Unfortunately, that is the reality of our times. Robert Ibogo says, good morning, tuned in from Mombasa. R says, Tupo, where have you been, R? Good to have you in the room this morning. Getting into it today. Good morning from Mombasa, also says Peter Kiari. And he says, the sheep spend their whole lives fearing the wolf, only to be eaten by the shepherd. It's true. The thing that you may be afraid of actually may not be the one that's going to cause you the harm. That's a good one. Once you understand this statement, the game changes and you start to understand politics. That's it right there. Good morning. Your Ndu is a naturalized Kenyan. Let me tell you guys, Bado. She's cared and loved this great country, Kenya. Why not encourage and support her to seek political leadership soon? Peter, I beg. You see? Moving on swiftly. Peter, I see what you've done, but good morning and asante sana. Rogers Nyanga says, good morning, Spice. Voy is watching. Atieno says, Oyaore, my peeps, TGIF. Good morning to you, sister. Hello, Princess Ndu. Good morning. When a country is run on paper or economy, the ruling class see the economy growing and doing well. The citizens go through hard times economically. Unfortunately, yes. Hello, cousins. It's been a minute, Agola, when we've heard that we are related one way or another. How are you doing? And a very, very good morning to you. Saraya is saying, just a quick one. I've never seen SpiceFM offer its guest a cup of tea or coffee. Please explain why. So this is the thing.
Explain, yes.
This is the thing. You may not be able to see it, but there is a cup of coffee. Just where the cameras are being placed is very, very different. Cindy or EVE? Thanks. Everybody gets a cup of coffee or a cup of tea if you would like to have one, or a bottle of water even.
No, what they're saying is that if it's not being seen,
then it has not
been offered.
Oh, if it's not been seen, it's not been offered. All right, Saraya, we'll try and make sure that it's seen. You want to hold up your cup of coffee? But you're not a guest, so you don't count. But it happens, I promise. It's just that we don't. The cameras will not capture that. But thank you for that.
It does, and thank you for checking out on the welfare of the guests.
Thank you for that observation. Hisa Daniel says, good morning, Spice. Raisi wa Malawi Kiti
Carry on.
See, now I've been put on the spot and I've lost it. Anakionea kwa side mirror.
You know what that means?
No.
Read it again.
Raisi wa Malawi, that one I know, is the president of Malawi. Kiti.
Yeah.
Kiti is chair.
Right. Opposition.
Right. Okay. Anakionea.
Seeing it.
He's seeing
it.
He's seeing it, the position.
Right.
Qua side mirror.
From the side mirror. What does that mean?
When you see something in the side mirror, it's behind you, it's gone. Right. You've left it. Oh, right. Yes. Okay.
You see?
Wow, gee, okay. Oh, so it's out of his hands, almost assuredly. He's the incumbent, but let's see.
No, he lost, I think.
Yeah, he's done. He's done. So he's out.
Him, yeah. Is this whole the incumbency, power of the incumbency is fizzling out.
I'm telling you. Yeah. And you'll be interested to know what's on the front page of the Standard today.
And I don't know what's happening. I don't mean to prophesy. But we started from Botswana.
The wind, it's the
Malawi.
Wind. The wind is blowing.
I don't know what's going to happen because Tanzania is voting in November.
And the wind is blowing
and then
upwards.
Next year we have my good friend Yoweri Kaguta Museveni.
Yes, and the year
on the ballot.
Yes.
And the year after, home sweet home.
And the year in the same year,
Right.
the wind blows to West Africa, where Bola Tinubu also will come again, whether he will run again. But it seems like a wind is blowing.
It is blowing. Then it's doing it's doing its thing.
It's doing what the wind does.
You know, when the wind, yeah.
It's doing what the wind naturally does.
It'll be interesting to see.
Well, let's see. Only time will tell. Okay, but thank you for that. I've seen it. Good morning, all at SpiceFM Situation Room from Houston, Texas. Let's continue the great conversation, says Margaret Wanjohi. Good morning. Have a wonderful Friday and a good weekend to everybody. Isa Kale says, good morning. Somehow, against all odds and headlines, Kenya has survived another week, proving once again that resilience might just be our unofficial national anthem. It is true. Atieno says, yes, everybody out there is a ghost, it would appear. If you're not a ghost, you're the odd one out. Bwangi Juma says, good morning. How are you all? We're very well. Mudovia Thiaka says, good morning from Makweni, Wote. Dr. Van Vick. Good morning from Makweni. Wasiata.
And it's not Wote.
Wote. Oh, from Makweni, Wote. I thought he was saying from Makweni, Wote. Niwasalimie. Okay, but you know now, when you don't capitalize the Wote, I would think that it was Wote and not Wote. You see, I'm very prickly on those things, capitalization, punctuation. Okay, but thank you for that. You see, this is why you are here, to make me know I'm doing the right thing.
We live and learn.
We live and learn. This is true. Dr. Van Vick says, good morning. Friend from Chuda.
Chuda, yeah.
Thanks.
Today on point.
Eric Orr says, good morning, guys. Carol Nyambura is also tuned in. Nawapenda sana, wishing you a blessed day ahead, indeed. JB Mutua says, good morning. We just have to believe our big brother and all problems in the country will disappear. Really? Okay.
Amen, brother.
Okay, amen. Jimmy Munothi, a day after your birthday, hope you're doing okay. Have a good show. Iregi Wajo, he says Ndu. Okay, so now Ndu is with a U. Ndo, if you put an O, it means something totally different. And so that I could say it wasn't me. Yeah. Ndo is sorry in my language.
And you're not?
And I'm not sorry for nodding. Anyway, for the Daily Dose watching from Mombasa, Bernardito says, good morning. Have a good day. Have a good day. Nick Bala says, good morning. Listened to PLO yesterday and felt hurt. I know. The man had tears in his eyes at some point, and I was just like, yeah, this is serious. Agola says, very, very good to see Josphat. This was Agola's personal request. You see, Agola, we help each other. Sindo.
Good morning, Agola.
And Wamaida says, good morning. It rained heavily here last night in Nyeri. Oh, okay. Christina A, I asked you to email me. Please, will you do so? Good morning. I hope you're doing okay today. Good morning. And I know it's getting to night where you are. No? Eric Ohomo is tuned in from Lukenya Hills. My prince says, good morning, Spice. The government should produce security analyst Mwenda Mbijiwe. 4 years in captivity is a long time. Free Mwenda now. Where is he, Mwenda? That's a good question. Where is Mwenda?
This is the Meru activist. And that issue has gone
forever. Where is he?
Yeah.
Good morning, says Duke. It's the weekend, baby. And great day, Patriots. Good morning to you too. Sir Gerald Santa tuned in this morning, says, very good morning to you, Ndu and Josphat. Are you well? Yes.
Yes, we are.
And a very good morning to all the Spices. Purpose to have a good Super Friday, indeed. Bonnie Gatobo is tuned in from Maua in Meru. And you said that Bini is a safety pin. In which language is Bini a safety pin? In Kiswahili?
In Kiswahili, and I think also in Kikuyu.
Oh, but you pronounce it differently, I'm sure. Bini.
No.
Bini?
Yeah.
Oh, Bini.
Bini.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You know, back in the day.
Here we go.
Before the birth of diapers.
Yeah.
You have napkins.
Yes, with the big.
Yes, that's the
Scots
Bini.
pin.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, that's the Bini.
Pin.
Yeah.
Bini.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like the way you say it because it's so Bini. Anyway, how far, team? Yes, says Jaro75, listening to you from Gakurine in Meru. Good morning to you. David Mangera says, good morning, Team Spice. I like the name Ndu, which I learned the other day means life. Yes, it does. Ndu means life. Silas Akala says, good morning. And David also said, Josphat resembles my uncle. Look like somebody's uncle, not somebody's daddy. Rahim Tula Omar says, good morning from Nairobi. Mtuflani, happy Friday all to you too. Kimathi Kruma Makonnen is speaking in big up on herself. I want to say una self. Real revolutionary journalism at its greatest. Ubuntu, big love to you. I thought Mbijiwe died until yesterday. I saw the mom saying he's alive. Where? Kenya in a mambo. Jack Bryan is tuned in from Kisumu. Ruth says, good morning. I learned a lot about gold mining yesterday. Indeed, and we're going to continue that conversation in some days to come. There's a lot going on. And, hats off to Odhiambo Otieno, who knows his stuff and was just able to walk us through some of the things that happen. Hello, cousin. Hello. How about you run for governor of... Of what? Please let me be governor of my house first. Hey. Good morning. Joseph Moirori is tuned in this morning. Bini ni ya jembe. Yoni nini sasa? Bini ni ya jembe? Jembe is a hoe.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Maybe it's the handle.
Oh, okay. So many words.
Yeah. You see how rich we are in language?
I know, language is actually very rich. Yeah. Okay. Mwangi is tuning from the Murima headquarters in Nyeri, and he said, indeed, the winds of change are blowing. They really are. Lest we forget, today, if Wama, we were in the same color in the Spice studio. What? Oh, we're matching colors, it would appear. We're both in gray. But that's not the soul of our spirit. We are not gray. We're in reds and greens and yellows. We are happy. Abby? We are happy today, so happy. Eliana Yabesh says, good morning. Tuned in. Can't wait for Monday. Okay. You love the show. Can't wait for Monday. All right. Let's do this one today and see how it goes. Have a good weekend. Tuned in always, says Sir Brian Mutego. And folks are piling into the room this morning. Always great to then be able to connect with you guys as we get into things this morning. So asante sana. And thank you so much for being here. All right. We're going to take a moment, actually many moments, and look into what's happening with the news. We'll take into the first, we'll look into the Standard. It's Kenya's bold newspaper. And it goes to what you're talking about, Josphat, about the winds of change. And that's what it is. That's what the headline is on the Standard. Wind of change. Wave sweeps Africa as incumbents are shown the door after one term. I'm reading the headline. Across Africa, the myth of the untouchable incumbent is crumbling. From Lilongwe to Gaborone, from Dakar to Lusaka, the winds of change are sweeping away presidents who once believed elections were mere rituals. Corruption, economic despair, and a restless youth bulge are rewriting the rules of power. And the fall of Malawi's Lazarus Chakwera is only the latest tremor in a continent rumbling with revolt. Of course, we see in Botswana, Mogwetsi Masisi was a former president of Botswana from 2018 to 2024. He had stayed one term. Macky Sall, former president of Senegal from 2012 to 2024. He was there for a while, but then eventually people said, you know what, it's enough. Nana Akufo-Addo was former president of Ghana for 8 years. He served 2 terms. Lazarus Chakwera, president of Malawi. And things are interesting because, like you said, Josphat, this wind is blowing and it seems to be blowing north.
We have to reconcile the fact that we are growing as a continent. Gone are the days when only a few were involved and were interested in matters their nations or their republics. And you see, as you said earlier on, that a man dies in you when you don't have any rights. So people have become more civilized. People are learning. This is when I shudder when I see education systems in Africa not uplifting people.
When they're crumbling, actually.
Yeah.
We have a problem.
Because they're the change drivers. The more people understand their issues, the more they can be involved in changing them. So, I think also it's a call for competency. If you're not performing,
get out. Very true.
Yeah. And you see, Africa, we are one at the end of the day. So if your neighboring country is doing very well, chances are
it'll bleed.
Yeah, we will thrive as a people.
For sure.
So, let's see how the new leadership of the continent will end. Perhaps for once in a few years we may have a functional African Union.
It's possible. Oh my God. Knock on wood, pray, fast, anoint it with oil, something. But it's possible that we would have a functioning African Union. Let's see. Other headlines in the Standard this morning. Tutors raise a stink over a SHA shocker. A storm is brewing over the 20 billion shillings teachers medical scheme as President Ruto orders all 460,000 tutors into the fledgling Social Health Authority by the 1st of December. He said, we eat this thing, it'll work. This thing has to work. And one way that we're going to make it work is that, you see this money that we're taking from you as teachers, we are putting it into SHA. We don't have a choice. December 1st. Move.
Yeah, we've been moving things. We've been moving a lot. Perhaps it's just the time to settle and let a few things just work.
Indeed. Body clashes with MPs on shift to electronic procurement system. Members of Parliament are still not having it. They're saying no cigar, man. And the Committee on Implementation insisted the system contravenes the Constitution. But Treasury CC says the GPS will ensure prudent use of financial resources. Okay. Looking into some other headlines. Court halts push to entrench CDF, cites absence of referendum law. So there's a push for them to say that the CDF is what we need. They're saying, no, in order for that to happen, we need a referendum. We don't have laws or for guiding infrastructure for the referendum. So for now, no. CDF still remains what? Illegal.
Illegal and unconstitutional.
Unconstitutional.
But sometimes you wonder, all the things they do from, roadworks, police stations, etc. All those things are domiciled in other organs. You have Kenha, you have Kura, you have Kera. Why can we not have the devolved function to the county government? I find it ironical that the county government is only responsible for the ECDs,
but not any other kind of.
Then they have the National Assembly. The national government dealing with the higher primary schools. Why do you duplicate so much resources? And just ends up in spillage and wastage.
Maybe they're busy. You know why I say that? Because 28 counties have now been given months to rescue expired funds. Now, when you say funds are expired, what does that mean? That they've been in an account and after some time you cannot access them?
Yeah.
Well,
so you need to eat them quickly.
Eat them very fast before we take them.
Next,
before we give you more.
Before we give you more.
Counties with expired funds: Bomet, Bungoma, Busia, Elgeyo Marakwet, Embu, Homa Bay, Isiolo, Kajiado, Kakamega, Kiambu, Kilifi, Kirinyaga, Kisii, Kisumu, Kitui, Machakos, Mandera, Marsabit, Migori, Murang'a, Nakuru, Narok, Nyamira, Trans Nzoia, Turkana, Uasin Gishu, Vihiga, Wajir.
So here's a contradiction. Most of the counties you've read out, they were complaining just a few months ago that they could not move before June. They could not carry on with their functions because the national government had not yet released funds to their cohorts, to their account. But then here they are with some expired funds.
I remember the current governor of Makueni, while he was still senator, he said, the problem here that we are seeing is that the financial system is only open for a few days. You can be asking money, asking, and then they're going to release billions to you in 3 months. How are you supposed to now do all your development, send out all that money, get the due diligence done? So this was the argument on that side. That how do you have all of these things done in a very short period of time? And the problem is that if you're releasing the money as you're supposed to be releasing it, you would not have this issue of expired funds. But all the COB comes and says is, hang on a minute, you guys were given money for development. I can see there's no absorption here. So we're going to have a problem with that. And I'm going to say that, okay, you guys only have 10% absorption. How on God's green earth am I supposed to absorb 100% of these funds if you release them to me a month before the financial year comes to an end?
The question I beg to ask, because that's a justification and it's valid, and be that as it may, the question I beg to ask is then, at what point will we get planning correct in this country? Because we are obsessed with expenditure and outcome project, but you see, you need a program, you need a plan, then you finance that program. So at what point will we start focusing on planning? And we know that poor planning is tantamount to failure. That's why we don't see much of success. So plan well and then get your funds on time and do what is needed.
So if you had a plan, it doesn't matter when the funds would come in, you would then be able to apply them quickly?
Also, the plan should be commensurate with the resources.
Yeah.
You see,
Yeah.
both ends. If we agree we have a 6-month project, then don't give me the money in the last 2 weeks of the 6 months, because that's what happens. I agree. You find that towards the financial year, between April and June, they receive money they should have received from maybe August the previous year to enable them to do the correcting. So there need to be a convergence of, we need efficiency.
We do.
Yeah.
We do.
That's inefficiency. There is being effective and being efficient, a whole class.
Completely.
Yeah.
All right, just looking at some other news. The World Athletics Championships continue. McLaughlin Levrone powers to the second fastest time in the 400 meters. Today's program, 5,000 meter men heats at 2 p.m. Women's 800 semi-final at 2:43 p.m. It just jazzes me how the folks at IAAF set these times, and they set them to the minute. And at 2:43, the race will start. Not 2:40. See, bad only 40. No. 2:43. That's when it's been scheduled for. That's when it's going to start.
That's efficiency.
There you go. That's an exemplification of what you were talking about.
Right.
The men's 400 hurdles final will be at 3:15. The women's 400 meter hurdles final will be at 3:27. The men's 200 meter final will be at 4:06 p.m. and the women's 200 meter final will be at 4:22 p.m. That's what's happening in the World Athletics Championships today. Gold medalist Kipyegon and Chebet line up 5,000 meter clash for a world double. So they're looking at getting another gold in other races in addition to what they've already done. All right, let's look into some headlines and some other papers. Josphat.
Well, I'm scared of the Nairobian.
Okay.
The ship seems to have no peace. The shepherd has decided otherwise.
Eat the sheep.
But again, where should the shepherd feed from, if not the flock?
Wow.
Just asking.
Oh, you're asking, you're not saying?
No, I'm just asking.
Oh, okay, got it.
And because, it says, these are not my words, it's the Nairobian speaking. Inside sex scandals, shocking churches, preying on the sheep. I think there's a lot of revelations that are coming out. Congregants coming out to spill beans or serve tea, as commonly known in Kenya nowadays. But it speaks to a lot, because the church was highly rated to be the custodian of morality.
I know.
But today,
I think it's crazy sad that the scandals that you see in other quarters then are no stranger to the church.
Yeah.
Or any other religious organization for that matter.
Could it be the church is not what we thought it was?
It's possible.
Because that industry of faith, for me, it's an industry of faith. It's an area that really breaks more than it makes. Remember the other day we were having the revision of grounds for divorce?
Yes. No kissing, no marriage.
So we need to know, as a society, what is better, to be religious on Sunday or to be morally upright throughout the week?
Today. Okay.
Or Friday.
Or Friday.
Or Saturday for the Adventists.
Yeah.
Because we do very well to show up on those religious times and days. Could be it a Friday. Today is Juma Salat. People will be doing their prayers on Friday. Tomorrow we have the Adventists. And then on Sunday, people will rock their dresses and put on their best faces. But what happens to Friday night for the Christians? How is your week throughout the week? My understanding of religion, it was meant to be a way of life, a day-to-day way of life. That the principles that you find in your religion, whatever faith you subscribe to, are the things you live by, day in, day out. And that's why you realize before, back in the day, there were very less. Laws were meant just for business and a few other complex social issues. But morality was self-regulated through practice of faith, and people adhered to that.
True.
But nowadays, I don't get it.
Neither do I.
I just don't. But I hope we don't confuse the coming generation. But may I tell you something?
Please.
There are churches in Europe, or rather used to be churches, that are now discotheques. They're now,
absolutely in Germany. I think Germany. In fact, maybe we can ask the German ambassador when he comes. The famous one. It's turned into this DJ who's turning his trade.
Because people are realizing that sometimes we are duped into doctrines that really don't serve our social needs. So I wonder what's the future of the church in Africa. There is a person you should try to look for. He's called Joshua Maponga. He's a friend of PLO Lumumba, actually. They're very good buddies.
Yeah.
And he talks rich into African culture and civilization and modern westernization. And how we need to, again, go back to what works. And go back to the future. That's how I put it. Go back to the future. Yeah. So interesting conversation. But check him out, Joshua Maponga.
I've got to remind you about that later so that I can actually look into it. It'd be interesting to do because it's forming some of the conversations that we should actually be in.
Yeah.
Let me look into The Nation. On the front page of The Nation this morning, shock over 1 billion shilling mini poll budget. Did you know that? So the by-elections are all going to take place on the same day, on the 27th of November.
Right.
And so there's about 6, I think, across different parts of the nation. Many says this is a litmus test for a number of people. It's a litmus test for the IEBC. It's a litmus test for people who are coming in and want to throw their hats into the ring for the election. But the amount of money that they want to use is 1 billion shillings. Where do you think the money is going to go? So it's not 6, it's 7 is the number of parliamentary seats up for grabs in November. 62 billion shillings is the estimated cost of the 2027 general election. So in 2027, the budget is 62 billion. Polling stations are 55,393. The registered voters with an asterisk, it could be different. Currently at 27.8 million. Cost per voter is 2,200 shillings. That comes to about it's about $25. Whereby some parts of the world you're actually able to conduct an election for $5. So this is about $25 if I'm not wrong. About give or take. Okay. In 2022, the election cost 45 billion. This was just 3 years ago, with 46,229 polling stations at a cost of with 22.1 million registered voters at a cost of 2,000 shillings. The proposed referendum in 2021 was for 14 billion shillings with 40,883 polling stations with 19.6 million people registered at a cost of 698. And of course, with the general election, that was to be fresh at 12 billion shillings. 2017, 40 billion shillings with 45,000 polling stations and 19.6 million registered voters at 2,000 shillings. So in 2013, we're seeing it at 25 billion with 32,000 polling stations at 14.4 million registered voters at a cost of 1,700 shillings. So we're seeing that this was a trend. So obviously, this is the most expensive election by far for 2027. After the controversial 2017 elections, a parliamentary watchdog stated taxpayers were ripped off by the electoral agency through grossly inflated costs and shady procurement deals. Yet, the poll budget continues to soar, sparking criticism.
Efficiency once again. Because if it can be done elsewhere using, let's say, $5 or below $10, why are we where we are?
Because of this thing.
So
because of this inflation.
Again, and somebody will tell you the economy is working, So we need to rethink in future. How it is about utilization of resources. But my greatest worry is that you have all these resources at your disposal in good time. And then election does not start on time in some areas and parts of the country.
And they start voting at, 12:30.
Why? But I think the litmus test for the mini polls will be a good way for the IBC to redeem itself.
Indeed.
Because I want to believe their task is very clear and defined. If only they do the right thing and they do what they're supposed to do, they can easily execute. I have faith in the IBC system. I don't need to have faith in the people.
In the people, but the system.
In the IBC system.
And the way it's designed to be. But this is the thing that it's almost as though this inflation of costs and things like that is in the DNA of the design. And so what we're looking at now, if you're looking at 1 billion shillings for the mini poll, that the likelihood is that somebody has taken the injection and put it here, added a couple million shillings here, and there. We can't run away from that reality.
I hope we'll have a proper audit after that.
Of course we will.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, we'll have a proper audit. The Auditor General will come out guns blazing 6 months after that. She'll tell us how, this and this and this was wasted. But you know what? That's about the size of it. There will be an audit. There will be a proper one. But nothing will be done after that if you find out that people actually...
Well, may the wind continue blowing in Kenya.
Let it blow.
The wind of change.
Yep.
But also something else, every Kenyan need to realize that whether you'll come out to vote in 2027 or not, 2,200 Kenya shillings will be spent on you. Because remember, they print the ballot papers
according to the register.
Man. Like last time we had maybe about 30% or so, 33% not coming out to vote.
And it's been spent.
Money was spent already.
Yeah.
Allocations were done, ballot papers were there, but people did not show up that wastage. So, assuming, actually not even assuming, so the budget was 45 billion. If a third of the people did not participate and say the ratio is 1-to-1, then that would mean 15 billion was
Went
wasted.
to waste
Because people did not show up. So
People
Kenyans, let's own our tax. 2,200 is a lot of money in a day, because it's a day's event to be lost. Show up and spend your money by voting.
That's an interesting perspective. I never thought about it like that. That you spend all this money anyway. They're not going to give anybody back change and say, oh, by the way, a third of the pop didn't show up to vote. Let's give you back the money. It never happens.
Never does.
That's an interesting perspective to actually say, no, guys, come out and vote. For the very least. For the very least, beyond, activating your right as a Kenyan.
Yeah.
In this case, make sure that the money has been efficiently used.
Yes.
Because if you don't, that money goes to waste.
Yes.
That's a really good point to then be able to share that. A number of other things. We'll look into some of these stories.
You have on page 3 the Nation.
Please go ahead.
It says Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen speaks during the Jukwaa la Usalama forum in Kisumu yesterday. And he's been catching, and he was quoted saying, when officers tell Kenyans they have no fuel, many interpret it as bribery. But that is not the case.
It's actually fuel?
It is actually fuel money.
He shouldn't have said that. You know why? Because the next question then becomes, why do these vehicles that are supposed to be doing the due diligence and actually doing their job as security apparatus and agency don't have fuel in their vehicles? Why not?
Yeah, I think CS Interior Kipchumba Murkomen should not be saying a lot of things. And what he was advocating for, to me, is double taxation. Because, we've had over and over again how independent the police service has become in terms of funding. All the money goes to the IG and he can take care of his people.
Yeah.
So I think the president, either him or the president, one of them is not sure of how the situation ought to be, because then they should be said, we only give them, say, 60% of the money, then you as the public, you should be topping it up. Right?
But you can't give them 100% of the money and then still come back to Kenyans and say, oh, by the way, you need to add a little bit more to this. Come on.
We shouldn't. You see, supposing they're about to intervene on an issue. So whoever fuels, this is why you hear about interference of justice. If I fuel the vehicle, I'm not fueling it to come and arrest me. Definitely, I'm fueling it to come and arrest you.
Yes. So if I facilitate,
there is a power shift. That's why the police service ought to be fully independent, autonomous, and they should be run their budget. And I think we need to rethink the persons we let even speak on security issues, because such a statement will spur just another web of corruption cycle.
Yeah. Can I tell you another billion shilling story?
Wow. Please do. Please do.
Do it. Shock as county wage bills rise by 11 billion shillings in a year. Wage bills, what are your wage bills? The money that you pay in overhead, salaries, such things, right? And the It's telling us that essentially what's happening is that the wage bill is being swallowed up. County governments are staring at a crisis as wage bills balloon into an uncontrollable monster, swallowing resources meant to fuel the devolution dream. In 1 year, salaries and allowances paid by the counties have shot up to 10.8 billion shillings.
Wow.
Where did it come from? This extra money that they've used to make these payments. That's all I want to know.
Maybe more ghosts.
Yep.
I think also ghosts give birth. Do you think so? I'm just thinking.
Ghosts give birth.
I think so.
Well, something happens. They're multiplying in one way or another because, my goodness, I don't even want to think about the process. Where does it... Goodness gracious.
Just imagine, 11 billion.
I know, in a year.
In a year, and you can see, so that's $1 billion a month, in a manner of speaking.
Where does it come from? And where is it going to?
Kenya, we are very rich. And as PLO Lumumba says, the issue of gold. Do you know there is no shop in Kenya you can go and buy Kenyan gold? You can buy Kenyan vegetables because they come from the riverbank to the market. But there is gold mining in Kenya, but there is no shop that I've seen where you can go and just buy Kenyan
because it's
gold.
Not regulated, because people are chopping the money. That's the problem.
Yeah, we have titanium. I was just talking about it yesterday. But there's no shop you'll go and buy a watch that is made of titanium in Kenya.
It doesn't happen.
You know, the rare gems we have, the rare stones. It's interesting. So when you lose 11 billion annually, just imagine how much that can do in anywhere, any part of the country.
Anywhere. It's phenomenal. It's mind-blowing just to imagine. But it's being lost. And this is where we are.
This wind of change.
I know, this wind of change. You want it to blow. Josphat this morning says this wind of change must blow, and it must blow in this direction. Our conversations continue as we get into it this morning. Good morning. It's 7 a.m.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Lawmakers from Nairobi County want the planned KDF recruitment cascaded to each of the 17 sub-counties within the city, saying conflating different constituencies is discriminatory. Led by Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna and Embakasi West MP Mark Mwenje, the MPs have opposed a KDF advertisement that designated 3 recruitment zones for Nairobi: Nyayo Stadium, Moi International Sports Centre, Kasarani and Jamhuri Grounds. In a letter to Defence CS Soipantuya, the legislators said the consolidation of recruitment centres for over a dozen constituencies presents a logistical nightmare and is in stark contrast to other counties where recruitment centres are designated for each sub-county, reflecting a more decentralised and equitable approach. KDF announced a nationwide mass recruitment exercise scheduled for next month, with openings for general service officers, specialist officers, general duty recruits, tradespersons and constables. Treasury CS John Badi has insisted that the government will proceed with the implementation of the electronic procurement system EGPS, despite mounting concerns over the paralysis it has caused due to its rushed rollout. Badi clashed with MPs on Thursday as he maintained that the government had flouted no law, court order or contravened resolutions of the National Assembly, all of which scrapped the mandatory use of the EGPS by procuring entities on grounds that it contravenes the Constitution.
The courts affirmed that we have a law in place, according to the order, which is ex parte, recognizing both electronic and manual. But as a government, we have employed officers in procurement. We are telling them the most transparent system is e-procurement. Use it. The court has not told me to communicate to our officers to tell them to use the most transparent one. If there is that order, we'll stop. But that order has not been served on me.
Members of the National Assembly's Departmental Committee on Implementation of House Resolutions contested Mbadi's position, demanding answers on why he was pushing for e-procurement alone. Here are Mark Mwenje of Embakasi, Maurice Bissau of Kiminini, and their Kipkelun West counterpart, Hilary Kosgei.
Why not allow the law to continue the way it was? And if you feel that eGPS should be the only system, then bring it to the floor. Let us amend, and let us not let World Bank and those other people out there make decisions on behalf of Kenyans.
As a professional, I support electronic procurement, but it has to be done in the correct format.
Please allow this thing to move parallel with the other systems. Consider, for example, constituencies in northern Kenya where people are not yet connected to power and Wi-Fi and all this.
Mbadi, however, emphasized that the government would proceed with eGPS.
If you give people options, no one is going to move from manual to electronic. You have to push it. There will be pushback, but there must be push forward. And that push forward must just come from the government.
On Monday, Justice Bahati Nyamweya suspended the mandatory use of eGPS pending the determination of a petition by the Council of Governors and 4 others. Striking lecturers and other university staff have refused to return to work until their grievances are resolved. Their strike enters day 3. They accused the government of failing to honor 2 CBS worth more than 10.5 billion shillings. The university staff, drawn from academic and non-academic unions, are demanding 2.7 billion shillings from the 2017-2021 CBA and 7.8 billion shillings from the ongoing 2021-2025 CBA. Here is Wasu JQuad branch chairman Dr. Muiga Rugara.
The government at the moment owes us 15-month arrears, and the government has audacity to pay 10,000 shillings to people without any budget at the State House. And therefore, we are demanding our right. As we are not asking to be called to State House to go at the be dished out money, we are asking to be paid what is due to us. Solidarity.
The Taliban government has removed books written by women from the university teaching system in Afghanistan as part of a new ban, which has also outlawed the teaching of human rights and sexual harassment. Some 140 books by women, including titles like Safety in the Chemical Laboratory, were among 680 books found to be of concern due to anti-Sharia and Taliban policies. The universities were further told they were no longer allowed to teach 18 subjects, with a Taliban official saying they were in conflict with the principles of Sharia and the system's policy. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something you must do.
Must do. Like now you abandon, of course, the narrative of Wheelbarrow, Mutomjengo, Mamamboga, and all those, that narrative, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion to service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit, it's in itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning, and we continue our conversations this morning. It's 9 minutes after 7 o'clock. Continues this Friday. Ndu and Josphat with you on the Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation, as we get into a number of things today. And even as we've been looking forward to a conversation around, what connects and who connects the continent with other parts of the world. And that brings us into our conversation this morning, where we're going to be looking into a number of things. If your live streams, you're wondering if they're up, they are on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. And our audience on KTN continues with us this morning. All right. So joining us in the Situation Room this morning around a number of conversations that we will be having around the cooperation or the partnership between continents, binding continents, Germany and Kenya in culture, work and development. His Excellency, the Ambassador of the Federal Republic of Germany to Kenya is Ambassador Sebastian Groth. He joins us this morning. Good morning, Waziri.
Good morning, Waziri. Oh, that's a promotion.
Balozi. we will say both.
Thank you very much.
Balozi, good morning. Thank you for coming.
Yeah.
Good to have you again here.
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me, even if it's a bit cold in your studio.
I know. It's the ice age in here sometimes. But you know what? Conversations remain fresh.
Oh, okay, good.
And just speaking about that, so how are things so far? Are you still enjoying Kenya?
Oh, very much so. I just come back from Europe. I stayed there for 4 days in Portugal for a conference, and then we had our ambassadors conference in Berlin. And I can assure you, Europe is also very fine, especially I like the Mediterranean region very much, but also Berlin is a fantastic city. But when I boarded the plane, I was also ready to come back, Nyumbani, to Kenya.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Guten Morgen.
No, guten Morgen. Habari asubuhi.
There you go. We can go sharing it. Well, speaking about language and culture and people, we'd love to share today's proverb with you. And this week's proverbs have come out of the Benin Republic. The Beninois, a very interesting mix of cultures, because we're looking at a little bit of a mix between Francophone and Anglophone West Africa. Of course, colonized to a great extent by the French, but then steeped deep in culture from the Dahomey Kingdom, whereby things in terms of governance and culture were very big on the agenda for the kingdom. And there was a lot of transcontinental trade, and this was one of the seats of it. Very little of that kingdom is left today, but it's still steeped very deeply in culture. And the capital being Cotonou borders Nigeria, and it also borders Togo. In the north, it borders Niger and Burkina Faso. So you can already start to see what kind of a mixture and a melting pot that is. There had some very interesting proverbs, and this one today, we'd love to get your interpretation of it. The green snake says, Watching a person is better than biting. Watching a person is better than biting.
Well, I would say that's a cautious approach in interaction, probably a very diplomatic one. Normally in diplomacy, of course, you observe also a lot, and you intervene only if really necessary, and you never bite. Normally. So in this respect, diplomats are like the green snake in Benin. But I think also green snakes might be quite poisonous, so probably the snake knows about the consequences of her actions, and in this regard takes a little bit of the distance of the last sort of escalation means, you know.
So you can observe and watch and see. And if a thing is going to go into destruction, you might want to let it. Sometimes.
That is your interpretation of my interpretation.
That's my interpretation of your interpretation.
Both of you are right. Both of you are right. Yeah.
Exactly. Well, thanks for sharing that. I think it's great that we can do that. Take things from a time gone by and make them applicable to current situations.
True. And part of this kingdom of Benin is now kingdom of your country, isn't it?
Exactly.
Part of your country.
Yes.
It's part of Nigeria.
It is, actually. It's just interesting to see how that still plays out.
True.
And we still have traditional leaders that were entrenched in that original Dahomey kingdom. The Oba of Benin is still very much there. Yeah.
Do you know the story about the Benin bronzes?
Yes,
statues?
The ones that have been taken to Europe and that you have refused to give back.
No, we have not refused. In fact, we gave some back already.
Yeah.
But actually now the problem starts on the ground between a number of actors that are in charge, of taking care of them and also constructing museums. But we had two ministers from Germany 2 years ago who brought some of these bronzes back. And they are interacting very much with the Oba and also with the Nigerian authorities in Abuja. So it was a very important project in the bilateral relations.
Do you think we'll get them back?
You got them back already.
The other ones?
I don't know about the numbers actually, but some of them are already transported back. And it's not, I don't know, I mean, it's more than 1,000 all in all, as far as I know. And not all of them are in Germany. Some of them are in other countries.
Some of them are in the UK.
But we are very willing to return them, and then the negotiations or the talks are ongoing.
I love it.
And as I said, some are already back.
Yes. And I must say that it's a good thing that those actually find their way back to their origin. It's it is justice. And there is a lot of conversation between Germany and the African continent. And for purposes of where we are currently domiciled, that's Kenya, that camaraderie has continued. And before we even start to get into the what, we are trained as journalists to ask the four W's and an H. So why is there that camaraderie between Germany and Kenya?
Well, we as diplomats, we are trained never answer the questions of a journalist. But I will try my best to do this. What was the question?
So, that's very diplomatic, Balozi. But, so this the friendship continues, and quite solidly so, between Germany and Kenya. What's the reason? Because usually, again, diplomatically, you say, unless there is an interest in something, for friendships to continue, then that's really not necessary. But unless there's an interest on both sides to be achieved, then there's always need for that friendship to continue. So what is that?
Well, first of all, I think historically it is a fact that Germany was the first country that recognized the independence of Kenya in December 1963. That's why I have the number plate 1CD on my car. But since then, there was a number of exchanges of high-level visits of common projects and also a lot of development cooperation here in this country. And then in the 60s and 70s, also tourism started. So some of the big hotels at the coast are owned or managed or run by Germans. And a lot of German tourists came. And still we are one of the biggest numbers in Kenya, fifth or sixth biggest number of tourists. And all the people that have visited the country once fell in love with it. And it is the same for my friends, our friends that visited us here, some of them for the first time in Africa, and some of them are coming back now for the third time because they say, as long as you are here, we have to benefit to visit you, but also to see the country. But I also think there is something in common from the sort of psychogram of the people. It's a good match between the characteristics, I think, of a German and of a Kenyan, and some things are similar and some things are very complementary. Kenyans are very outgoing, very friendly, and also very funny. Sometimes the reputation, at least, is Germans are not so funny, but I think that's probably not true. But I think whenever I see also interaction between, let's say, a Kenyan waiter in a Mombasa hotel and a German tourist, I see that there is a special connection, a special relationship going on that goes beyond the pure client and waiter relationship. So I think there's really a human connection also. And on the political field, there's hardly any other country in Africa with whom we interact on so many levels, be it on the bilateral level, with a number of, as I said, development cooperation projects, but also with a number of NGOs that are present here, a number of scientific and cultural and sports cooperation, but also in the region, given that Kenya is playing a very, very important role in all the conflicts in the Horn of Africa as a mediating force, and we are supporting Kenya in this important work, but also on the multilateral level. We are in a situation where multilateralism is under pressure, is under threat, and we feel that countries like Germany and Kenya that are not superpowers, but that play a very, very important role in their respective regions, do their best to preserve and develop multilateralism so that it functions and serves the interests of the people, which is peace and stability and economic prosperity.
Well, I think that lays a foundation to help now Kenyans understand why is this cooperation, this bilateral relation very important for both Kenya and Germany, and what should we be looking forward to? Because, for a long time, and I want to believe this, every foreign intervention or bilateral relation is frowned at by Kenyans because we're speaking about Kenya, or by most African countries, because there is a power imbalance mostly. You just speaking about some historical injustices, about the historical artifacts that are beginning to find their ways back to Africa. And now, as earlier on you mentioned about escalation, the world is becoming a global village and people are seeking to expand. We've been struggling as an African country to see beyond the diplomatic initial phase of interaction with other continental players or international players. What follows are programs that sometimes, and we'll be talking about labor and resources, movement both ways. What follows is mostly a disadvantage outcome for the recipients, in this case the Kenyan. So would we feel comfortable as Kenyans to embrace the relation that we're continuing to build with Germany, given the historical interaction between Africa and largely, there's this the Berlin Conference, the 1953. That's what
85.
comes to 85. That's what comes to most Africans when you hear Germany is coming back to Africa. What do you think about that?
No, I think first of all it's worthwhile to discuss this this mutual perception also. But I think honestly that this is not the approach that Germany is applying towards its foreign policy with regard to Africa. What we are striving for is a partnership on eye level, where we both pursue our genuine political interests along a joint agenda, because there's so much overlap and complementarity that I don't see this question of who is more powerful or who is more dominant as the structural factor in this relationship. I give you a few examples. For example, Kenya is a leader in climate and energy policy. We just had the second African Climate Summit in Addis Ababa. The first one happened here in Kenya 2 years ago. From the very beginning, Germany supported this idea of more African agency, of a unified African voice in the international negotiations, because we feel not only Kenya, but a big number of African countries as partners of ourselves in the international negotiations that are also becoming more and more difficult. And so we have an interest to be ambitious, both in the fields of mitigation and adaptation, in the reform of the international financial system, in the sharing of technologies, in the development of clean energies, in the transition of our energetic systems in our economies. So this is an absolute convergence of our interests and not a question of who is more powerful or who is not more powerful. I think the general question behind your question is really the one about the African agency. So what is the role of Africa in all these global discussions that we are just having right now, be it about the future of multilateralism, peace and stability, the sustainability of the international financial system, the global trade system, for example. And in this regard, I think there was a lot of progress in the last 20-25 years, also due to the African Union, but there is still a long way to go, because also within Africa, the interests are not always aligned. You have countries that produce a lot of fossils, for example. You have other countries that suffer a lot from the consequences of climate change. Just look to Somalia, for example, but also your own country, Kenya. You have countries that are a little bit in between, that do both, that have a little bit of fossil, but that also try to transit. You have countries that live because they have a lot of resources in their soil, and you have others like Kenya that more do agriculture and service industries. So it's very natural that the countries then pursue their own, your own interests. But what is important is that by the end of the day, the African voice is articulated and is heard. And I think the African Climate Summit in this regard is a very, very good example. And we're also preparing the high-level week in New York, the General Assembly week, where more than 150 heads of state and government will be present, including, as I know, President Ruto. And this is also a good opportunity to raise the African voice, because we are talking for years now about a reform of the United Nations Security Council, which is the most important forum to preserve peace and stability. And
it depends who says.
Yeah, I mean, let's say the influence is they have to fight for their influence and for their role. But still, for us, Germany, we made some proposals to reform, and each and every proposal that was submitted by Germany increases the number of African representation in the Security Council. So for us, it's a very, very, very important issue.
But I think but we could get into that sometimes later, the Security Council, because questions are being raised. There are also conflict areas in Europe, and the efficiency of the Security Council is being wanting in other parts of the world. But today, here you are, and welcome, Karibu.
Asante.
Then you have this, what you're calling Rangi za Urafiki. Can you say that?
Yeah, Rangi za Urafiki.
You want to talk to us more about that?
Yes, of course. So we had the idea to make a month. Actually, it's a little bit more of a month to celebrate the diversity of the Kenyan-German friendship, and in this regard, more on the people-to-people level than on the purely political level, meaning putting a number of events that we have in the next 4 to 6 weeks under one logo, under one umbrella, and invite also the Kenyan public to some of them, and just show the depth and the diversity, be it culture, be it economic, be it science and research, be it sport, to also make public what we do, and it is a lot that we can show about, and it's very important also to invest in these people-to-people contacts. That was the idea.
If we look at some of the other things that have happened, the current administration, the current Kenyan administration, spent some time in Europe, and Germany was one of those countries, especially when it looked at the exchange work program.
Yes.
And to then open up opportunities whereby Germany said, well, we have a dwindling workforce for folks in the middle belt age, whereby we needed folks to come in and take up positions. That's a need. Yes?
Yes.
And Kenya was in the position whereby, we've got people who are looking for work. There's an unemployment issue here, but we can exchange. And there was an agreement, a partnership that was put in place. How are things going with that currently?
Yeah, so that's exactly when I was talking about the complementarity of our interests to a certain extent, that this field developed very strongly in the last 2 years. In fact, we had a visit of our former Chancellor Scholz here in Kenya, and I think he was so much impressed by the quality of his interlocutors, of the people, of the energy of the young generation, that he agreed with President Ruto to task the embassy and our administration in Berlin and here in Nairobi to negotiate labor mobility agreement, which we did in record time. And as the first country in sub-Sahara Africa, it was signed. In fact, 1 year ago in Berlin, we are progressing on the number of fields. So we see the numbers going up. We had in the first half of 25 approximately 2,000 visa given out for research, work, study, also to look for work. So meaning that you don't have to have a contract in your pocket, but you can go to Germany and have the opportunity, if you have certain qualifications, to work, to look for a job for 12 months. And we, for example, have an increase of nurses from a low level, from 50 but to 150 in 1 year, which is three times as much, due to a very good partnership between Mount Kenya University and an University for Applied Sciences in Germany. So I think we are moving absolutely in the right direction. It's not the super big bang, but I think also our administration, our procedures would not be ready to digest really thousands and thousands and thousands every month. So what we do now is an organic increase, and the feedback that we get so far also from Germany is very, very positive.
The language is a barrier for a lot of people because there is a requirement that at the very basic level, C1 I believe it is, German must be spoken. How would that be countered in terms of folks who, wouldn't be able to say Guten Morgen?
Well, in fact, that changed a bit. So we are not as severe on the language question as we have been before. So in our new immigration law, it's a little bit modeled after the Canadian approach, where you can gain points, for certain qualifications, or for your language, or for other qualifications, for a special profession that we desperately look for in Germany. But the language is only one element, and you can even gain enough points without the language skills. And I can assure you, just coming from Berlin, you hear a lot of English in the streets. There are restaurants where you order in English. But of course, there are jobs like nurses or caretakers or, service industries where you interact a lot with people. You just have to have a basic knowledge of German. But we are also working on this. So the numbers of tests of the Goethe Institute increased also threefold. The demand is very high. We wish also to increase the language courses, but we have just a restriction in space and also in teachers. But we are also in talks with Nairobi University and Kenyatta University to increase the number of Kenyan German teachers that are learning their skills in Kenyan universities. So that's something that we do try now, right now. Yeah.
Well, and still staying with what you'd call labor exchange programs, we find ourselves in a situation whereby a lot of the labor skills that we export or people come to settle in German is a low-level kind of skills. So Kenyans are beginning to wonder, is there an opportunity moving forward progressively, whereby as a higher level skilled person, could it be an engineer, could it be beyond a teacher, could be a lecturer, where one would be able to go and be easily assimilated in the German system. And that will have to be built from the academic system so that our local qualifications are able to match with your industry demands in terms of job placements and criteria. So is there an input or rather a requirement or recommendations that German would have for the Kenyan system so that we're able to empower people when they come to German? They just don't have to be the lower skilled tier, but they can also assimilate into other industries. Is there any plans for that?
You know, we don't have a restriction on the qualification, neither on the higher end nor on the lower end. Right. But I think from the sort of matchmaking between Kenya and Germany, I would rather say it's the middle skill section. So meaning what we call in German the Facharbeiter, the skilled worker. Somebody probably who did a TVET training here in Kenya. And that's something where we support a lot. So this is one of our main pillars in development cooperation. It is very important also to the Kenyan government. And we had the first phase where we equipped 7 centers of excellence in TVET institutions, mainly in and around Nairobi. And we are moving now into the second phase where we are supporting approximately 80 TVETs all over Kenya. So in each country there is a TVET institute that partners with Germany, that gets equipment from Germany, curriculum from Germany, and also mentoring from Germany. So there are partnerships between TVETs in Kenya and TVETs in Germany. And we have made very, very good experiences with TVET in Germany, but also with the TVET support here in Kenya. And we are trying also to bring German teachers now to the TVET institution, so that both things, the qualification in, let's say, automotive engineering, whatever, and a little bit of German is taught at the same time. And I think if we develop this model in the next years, we really will have a pool of middle qualification, I would say, people, skilled workers that can go to Germany. And in Germany, we have a very open system, meaning that whenever you have entered the job market and you are working in a company, there's a lot of opportunities to qualify yourself on the job further. You can go to evening university, or you can do in-house vocational training in your company. So I think the sky is the limit. Everything is possible in this regard.
And in that syllabus where you have the TVETs trying to collaborate, is it expected that people who will be in that program, the graduates, if you get a diploma, let's say from a Kenyan TVET, and you're in that German-Kenyan collaborated program, that diploma will be credited as well? Should you find a job in German? Is that the expectation?
This is the expectation, and that's why the Chamber of Commerce plays a very important role here in Kenya, because the chambers of commerce are, for the bulk of the jobs, are the responsible institutions to to acknowledge a certain degree of qualifications. And but this is an important point because with our new policy in Germany, we are now becoming more and more aware that this system of recognition of foreign qualifications is by far too complicated. We have I don't know exactly the number, but a number of institutions in Germany that are responsible for this. And it's also depending on the field of work. For example, in the health sector, it is the county level in Germany. For some of the professions, it is the Chamber of Commerce. For others, it is a centralized institution that makes it for all over Germany. But this is something that we work on right now. And here in in Kenya, our partner is the Chamber of Commerce. And we already scrutinized also some of the curricula of the Kenyan TVETs. And the higher the degree of overlap in content is, the easier, of course, is the recognition. But we also made the experience that the Kenyan students normally they get an on-the-job training, a second on-the-job training in Germany.
On the development front, there's a lot that's going on in terms of, continuing to support certain kinds of infrastructure development, and at the very least to see that, that partnership is not just, on one side taking in, but actually to then develop towards some of the things that you're speaking about. What are some of the things that we are seeing, and where have those reached? A couple of years ago, of course, there was, the coming in of, certain projects happening in Kiambu and, Kiambu County, and then also parts of Nairobi. Tell us about that progress.
So we have three main pillars in our development cooperation. We negotiate this every 2 years with the Kenyan government, and the last negotiation took place last year in November, mainly with Treasury, but with all the line ministries involved as well. And the three pillars are agriculture, with a focus on job creation, sustainability. The second is climate and energy. And the third is youth and employment, where we do the TVET thing. We have a fourth one that increased during the last period, that is governance. This is a cross-cutting issue, and because there are some challenges in the country, and we want to address this. And it's not only German money, it's also European Union money that is invested in this regard and implemented by GIZ. So I would, if you allow, mention firstly the climate and energy projects, because for us Kenya really is a model case with 94% green energy in the electricity basket. And our strategic thinking is, when we can show the world, also with German support, that it is possible to have an economic development and be sustainable at the same time, we have won the game somehow, because it is seen as a trade-off in many discussions. Either you do the development thing, or you are clean. But I think Kenya really has the chance to do both, and that's why we are heavily invested, be it in the geothermal development in Olkaria and other places, be it in solar, in the grid extension, stabilizing the grid, but also in tech cooperation, in green hydrogen, and in e-mobility. So this is very important for us, and for Kenya as well, of course.
And talking of development, you look at other African countries like South Africa, for example. I think there's a more advanced relationship between Germany and South Africa in the manner of speaking in terms of industry. There's the assembly and production of vehicles, the Volkswagen, the Mercedes, the German machines, basically speaking. And in Kenya, we are big consumers of that as well. But again, we're just on the consumption end. We are not really involved in the cycle of production. How do you see, what would we need to do in terms of developing that angle? Because we talk of sustainability, and these programs are good. From energy, from agriculture, governance sets the policy. But if you're not really going industrial, which gave birth to the new German, the new economy of German, Kenya may not really liberate itself. So it's not just about the motor industry, but looking at the whole industry. What do you feel would be a starting point for us, Kenya, with German or globally speaking, to start delving into the industrialization and production?
That's a very valid question, and I think it's also important for the Kenyan government. You have the Vision 2030, I think, where the aim is to increase the part of value addition in the economy to, I don't know, 20%. As far as I remember, now it is between 8 and 10%, and it's not growing, it's relatively steady. I think it's very much depends on the investment conditions, also on the openness of the economy. For the German companies, for example, when they come, and we have about 120 in town or in the country, they first open a relatively small office for after sales and services. But then if they see that the market develops, they open a warehouse and they open a distribution line. And the third step then is that they open an own production line here. And we see this also in some sectors. And I give you two examples. One, they are both in the automotive industry. For example, the Actros truck from Mercedes-Benz is now, there's a big assembly plant in Thika. And it was opened 2.5 years ago. And I think they're doing quite well. And there are also plans by another big German car maker, you mentioned the name, to also increase its production facilities in order to open an assembly line in Thika. So the components will come from South Africa and from Europe and will be sort of married in Thika. So and there we see some progress. Honestly, I think, and we are in talks about this with the government, there are some challenges on the regulatory level. There's also the taxman who is getting more and more severe for good reasons, but it's making things not easier for outside investors. There is also an issue with corruption. There's an issue with red tape. But still, the logistic function of Kenya opening the market to the East African community is a very, very strong argument. Now you have 400-something million consumers in this area and a growing middle class, and there are a lot of German products that these people are looking for. So I think there's a lot of opportunities. Geopolitics is also playing a role. So if the conditions are ripe, I don't see any hindrance for foreign investment coming in big in Kenya.
And look here, now there's the other regular Kenyan who is a business person.
Yeah, true.
Grows some chives or basil or avocado or macadamia, whatever it may be. And they're thinking, Germany is a market I would like to tap into. Not necessarily coming out as a government trader. Are there opportunities for direct, of course, within regulation and control of products, because we're talking about food consumption? Are there opportunities, and where does one go? Is it to the German ambassador's website? Where does one go to seek information on regulations and opportunities that one can tap to for trade?
There are several venues. There's the Chamber of Commerce, as I said, is not only responsible for German companies coming to Kenya, but also the other direction. You have also Kenyan institutions like Kenya Invest, but also export promotion bodies. And generally, I would say the opportunities are quite big. As I said, I just come from Germany and I saw Kenyan avocados in the German supermarkets, for example. That was not the case 4, 5, 6 years ago. That's a new development. You mentioned nuts. So I think the overall sector of agriculture has a lot of potential because the quality of the Kenyan products is outstanding and the market is open. So we signed an economic partnership agreement between Kenya and the European Union. It's not the German regulations in this regard, it's the European level that is responsible for trade. So basically we are open. We see it in the flower business, for example. 90% of the roses in the German market are coming from Kenya. So there is a lot of opportunities. I think one question that you should ask yourself, or Kenya should ask yourself, is how can you get the first or second level of value addition also here to this country and not export export the tea leaves, but the tea bags. Not export the unroasted, unsalted macadamia, but the finely packed and spicy and good stuff macadamias. Because then the margin will be much, much higher, and the value addition will bring a lot of jobs also to Kenya.
Isn't that when we really start to play at that point? Because until you have value added, you're not really in the game. You're not in the game. We can call it whatever you want. But if you're taking your raw product and you are, selling it on the international market, no matter how sweet your partnership is with another country, Kenya, Germany, it doesn't matter how sweet it is. That if there's no value add, if there's no surplus being achieved, then you're not even a player.
I totally
I'm sorry.
Agree.
Is that not the case?
Yeah, I totally agree. And we don't hold back any capital or knowledge. I think we would be ready also to invest here in Kenya. But I think also some segments of some of the markets are just controlled and not open enough for foreign engagement, but the opportunities are limitless. And I think that will be the next stage also of economic development in Africa, to at least have the first 1 or 2 steps, of value addition in the country or on the continent, and then go for export.
So let's zoom out on this conversation. We've had a conversation between Germany and Kenya, and then Germany and the rest of the African continent. Perhaps we go into that now, because this is what we're talking about. That until and unless African countries are actually making a profit and are industrialized, like I said, there's no table. We can say, give us a position at the table. But until you're at the place where the other countries, Germany, France, take your pick in the European Union, the United States, China, until you're having a conversation where truly people are buying your products that you have industrialized in your country, we're not at the table.
I totally agree, but I also would say there is some homework to do on this continent. I mean, given that you're working on the free trade area, continental-wide free trade area, I think this is a very, very important step forward, and Germany is supporting this by many, many means. But you have a market of 1.4 billion people going to 2 billion in the next 20, 30 years. You have growing middle class. You have a tech-savvy young generation that wants to use the latest gadgets, and you said it's yourself, you have a very entrepreneurial spirit also in Kenya. So I would say all the ingredients are there, but that needs also a little bit of cooperation between the African countries. So for me, it's still not understandable why for many of the flights on the continent you have to go through Paris or Brussels or Frankfurt.
Don't even get me started, Balozi, because we could be here for days.
I don't understand this. And then you have also infrastructure issues, of course. That needs a lot of capital. I agree. But I think if Africa would work on lowering the transaction costs of economic transaction and bringing the markets together also, and supply and demand together, it would bring a big boost for the continent.
So should the partnerships that we speak about between nations, because look, let's be honest, still, even with the resources that Africa has, Africa is still, in the colonial era, it was, resources are extracted, they're taken, the people are changed. People are changed. Cultures are almost, extinguished during colonialism. But then today, we are seeing a different face of it, whereby Africa is still the pretty girl who's being wooed, but in a softer way. But if we're talking about partnerships, should we not really be looking at partnerships that entrench the very thing that you're talking about? That the cocoa in Ghana shouldn't leave Ghana until it's in a chocolate bar. It shouldn't leave Ghana until it is in drinking chocolate. The vanilla from Madagascar should not leave in pods. That it should leave when it's in oil. It should leave when it's in creams, when it's in essence. That we are talking about tea in Kenya should not leave Kenya until it is in the bags, like you say, in the different varieties. Coffee should not leave, until it's avocado should be able to feed its people. We should be talking about the fruits and actually being made into. I mean, we could go on forever. Ghana said it was going to close its doors to the world in terms of its cocoa leaving. But then what do we see? It doesn't have the infrastructure to then be able to produce on a global scale. So when we talk about partnerships, it's not about selling the cocoa in Belgium, for example. It should be about partnering to ensure that the infrastructure in country exists in order for us to have a conversation on the global scale. Because what I see about these partnerships doing is that it entrenches a lackadaisical, mediocre approach to how we are going to do development. It makes me comfortable because I'll say, okay, my people will go and work in Berlin, they'll buy my avocado, but it doesn't take me up the development rung in any way whatsoever.
No, I couldn't agree more, but if I'm the journalist now and I ask you, do you see any African responsibility also in this?
I see 97% African responsibility, and this is what I'm talking about. I see 97% African responsibility, because how can we sit here and say that the very best that we can do is that you buy our avocado? Absolutely not.
And I would chime in and say, as she says, the imbalance that develops from this collaboration gives a shorthand to the African continent, because the take home for could be the European Union versus any African country. The take home is shorthanded for the African continent or the country, because, as you say, we export raw materials, but the value addition doesn't happen here. So industrialization is not going to generate any economical activity locally, because it's not happening locally. But then German has to take advantage, because it's a country, you're growing, you have needs, you have interests, you need to advance. And as she says, Africa is the next frontier for all players in the world. That's why you see there's a rollout of development, but what we pay for that development is highly imbalanced. So, and perhaps this is not a question, it's just a conversation, because the responsibility bears with us as the African continent to set the terms so that there is mutual benefit at the end of the day, not at the beginning, because there's a policy, the conversations, they happen very well and they are rolled out, but then we have to take responsibility, because you realize, you mentioned about the unpredictability of the tax regime, especially in Kenya, which inhibits now investment at the second or third level of industrialization, assembly of various industries. So that is our responsibility, and we are woke to that. 60 years into independence, Africa is changing, Africa is rising. There is a whole new breed of a generation that is now standing up and says our motherland need not be exploited anymore. Let's meet at the playing arena whereby we give and take, because again we understand we cannot develop in isolation. We give and take. It's a global village. So when we see Germans stepping up, at least beginning to take the lead, I can tell you comfortably, we are beginning to forget the scramble and partition of Africa, the conference, because that lingers a lot in the African memory. But we are beginning to embrace, because I can even see somebody saying, one of our viewers, they are beneficiary of the GIZ collaboration. And these are nuances of win-win situations. Hopefully we can roll them out better. And maybe next time, next decade, but hopefully in our lifetime, in the next 2-3 decades, we'll have more of people coming from German or the European Union, not just to enjoy, but also to appreciate in terms of value, in terms of existence, and therein have a very ecosystem that will build both ways, so that we don't feel short-handed at the end of the day. Yeah, that's what I'm living for.
I totally agree. Yeah.
You mentioned the role of the African Union. I have my reservations about the role that it plays, but it would be interesting to hear what you have to say. And I'm going to link it to a story, because now, like I said, we've zoomed out and we're looking at the continent. This last week, Dangote Refinery sent its first batch of refined crude, and it was bought by the US. Right? In the 80s, Nigeria managed to decimate its refineries, and due to corruption and mismanagement, the things just did not work. 25-30 years later, Dangote single-handedly, of course with as a businessman with funds from different operatives, then was able to set up a refinery in Nigeria and has now sent out its first batch. That means, number one, it's acceptable at that standard, but that it's done in Nigeria.
Yeah.
That is happening, and I want to link it to what you said. That why do I have to fly to Dubai or to and then go to be able to go to Morocco as I have done, and I don't understand why it will take me 26 hours to leave the continent to come back. So these are some of the conversations that we're having. Production of crude, which is our resource, can be done. We've seen it. It has happened. But then why do I have to spend $400 to fly from Nairobi to Kampala? Why do I have to go to Dubai sometimes to get to Abuja? Why do I have to spend more to fly to South Africa than it does to take me to fly to Dubai from Nairobi? Why do we have to do that? But you mentioned that hopefully this will be the time that we see the African Union playing a role in some of this coordination and cooperation amongst African countries. Can the African Union, according to you, actually operate in this manner if it is funded by external parties?
Well, I would like to give this question back to you again. I'm not here to judge, what the continent is doing and the African Union is doing. But of course, for the political power of an institution, it is very important to be on a stable financial footing. I mean, it's also understandable that some of the African countries just don't have the means to pay their contributions, and that is a difficulty for them. But given, as you said, that the biggest chunk of the budget is financed by international partners, of course, does not make the institution as such stronger. I think there is another issue here. That is about sovereignty. Regional institutions are machines to pool national sovereignty. That's what we are doing in the European Union. So we have given up a lot of our national sovereignty from Berlin to Brussels. Why? Because we think that a number of issues are better dealt with on a supranational level, be it trade, for example. In Africa, and I think you do this transfer of sovereignty if you are sure about your sovereignty. I think that in Africa, due to the relatively late state-building process, due to colonialism, this question of sovereignty is still very, very important for the country. So it's all the more it is harder for them to transfer sovereignty to a supranational level. This is my own theory or my own assumption. I don't know if it is true, but I think it explains probably here and there a little bit of the difficulties and challenges that the African Union has to impose itself and to make also his or her voice heard. But I think, we are talking about 2 decades of African Union before it was the Organization of African Unity, and if you look in the history, 2 decades is not a long time, and in this regard, I would not be too pessimistic. And in fact, I would be rather optimistic that the African Union now will be at the table of the G20 meetings. So we are getting a G21, and it was also Germany that pushed for it very hard because we think it's important to have this continental voice also at this table.
Indeed.
And they're developing opinions about these whole international organizations, G20, NATO, because we also see how the leaders of the African Union or the African presidents, the kind of even time they get to present their agenda. There are a lot that is to be desired. We hope these platforms can develop to ably allow people to converge and have a conversation that is a win-win conversation. But as we come to the tail end, you still have a few weeks to Rangiza Urafiki.
Yes. It starts this Sunday in Eldoret. We have the Berlin Marathon in this weekend. And we are partnering with some partners on the ground that are active in sports and in charity, and we will have a big pupils competition in running on Saturday, and then a public watch party on Sunday. We did this already 2 years ago, and it was a big success. At this time, Eliud Kipchoge won for the 5th time. I think he's not participating this time around, but seeing what the Kenyan athletes are achieving in Tokyo right now, I'm very optimistic that you guys play a very important role in Berlin again this year.
Indeed. I mean, it's a good conversation, and I'm glad that we can have it. Necessary for us to embrace our wokeness. Yeah. And it's obviously also from this that a lot of work needs to be done. But the partnership and the development that comes from it, of course, is one that can't be ignored. His Excellency Sebastian Groth is the ambassador of the Federal Republic of Germany to Kenya. Has been our guest this hour. Thank you for taking the time to have this conversation with us on the Situation Room.
Thank you very much for having me, and have a beautiful day.
Thank you so much. 8:02. Good morning.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Environment CS Deborah Barasa announced plans to plant 150,000 hectares of bamboo as Kenya joined the rest of the world in marking this year's World Bamboo Day on Thursday. Barasa said the aim is to raise 15 billion shillings for commercialization and value chain development. The initiative, she said, will establish a national center of excellence and 20 county incubation hubs to boost employment, industrial growth and climate resilience. Barasa noted that bamboo, once regarded as an underutilized plant, is now central to efforts to achieve 30% tree cover by 2032 and deliver the government's bottom-up economic transformation agenda.
We've known that there are various importance of bamboo trees, but we've not been able to venture into it in a vast way that can benefit the people of Kenya. And that is why the ministry developed the strategy, which will be launched today as we move towards implementation and scaling up bamboo growth, as well as looking at value addition so that Kenyans can benefit from this.
2 key suspects in the murder of marathoner Samson Kandie want to enter plea bargain. On Thursday, the prosecution told the High Court in Eldoret that Vincent Kiprono and Jamlik Morogit were ready to shed light on the October 22, 2024 murder. The 2004 Vienna Marathon winner was found unconscious in his Elgon View home with his hands and legs tied. His widow, Rose Chepkemboi, was charged alongside Kiprono and Morogit, who've denied the murder. In May, a state witness claimed the widow approached him to assault Kandie and offered him 200,000 shillings. The matter is scheduled for mention on October the 16th. The main suspect linked to the poisoning of former prisons boss Henry Nkulu Igweta and his wife Beatrice will now undergo mental assessment. The High Court in Kiambu has ordered. Daniel Kimathi Kiamba, who was arrested last month, was linked to the killing of the elderly couple in September 2023. When he appeared before Justice Deborah Chepkwony, it emerged that the suspect, who's in remand, had not been taken for a mental assessment test. The prosecution side told the court they required an order from the court to allow Kiamba to be escorted to Kenyatta National Hospital to undergo the test. According to investigators, Kimathi had lived with the couple since 2022, taking care of household chores, including cooking, but on the morning Nkuli fell ill, he reportedly vanished. Businessman and politician Jimmy Wanjigi has taken charge of the Safina Party as its leader, marking his return to the political stage after being barred from contesting the 2022 presidential election. Wanjigi, who will be deputized by Willis Otieno, received the instruments of leadership from veteran lawyer Paul Mwite, who applauded the contribution of Gen Z in keeping the government in check.
And I have no doubt whatsoever in my mind that the generation we are handing over the baton to, because today it is a day of handing over the baton to the new generation of leaders led by Jimmy Wanjigi and Willis Otieno and Gen Zs.
For his part, Njeri said Safina would seek to rescue the country from misuse of power by the current administration and change Kenya's tax regime.
Kuna hii kitu inaitwa VAT. VAT. Ukienda kuweka petroli, matatu wanaenda VAT kwa petroli. Ni value added, hakuna value added. Hii ni upuzi tu ya serikali. VAT ni 18%. Tutamrudishia iwe sales tax ya 5%. Tunapunguza tax ambayo ina collect kila mwaka 400 billion, tunatoa. Tunamwekea nyinyi. Simupiga makofi.
In 2022, the IEBC disqualified Njeri from the presidential race after ruling he lacked a university degree, a constitutional requirement for the office. At least 10 people have died and 25 others injured after fire broke out in a high-rise building in Lagos, Nigeria's commercial capital. Videos on social media showed occupants of the 7-story Afriland towers jumping out of the 3rd and 4th floors when the fire started. The victims were commercial workers who were trapped inside the building, which is host to most commercial companies and organizations in the city. Most of the survivors suffered burns and fracture injuries while trying to escape, while others had respiratory distress from smoke inhalation. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, we're coming in at 11 minutes after 8 o'clock, and this is the Situation Room. It is Kenya's biggest conversation on this Friday, the 19th of September. Ndu and Josphat with you today, hosting this show and having conversations that matter. They matter. They matter, and they're things that we must do, whether we like it or not.
Right.
You know, I remember my father used to say, look, this math, you'll pass it. It's not about, oh, can we have a conversation about maybe, no, you will pass this math. So whatever we need to do right now to get you to pass the math, we're going to do it. Whatever you need to do to get nations to get to the point whereby they're operating at optimum, we'll do it. It's not a question about, oh, well, you know, things went belly up. No. Should we have the conversations? Yes, we must. Must we then be involved in citizen-led conversations? We absolutely must. What do we need to do to get there? We'll do it. And that's why we have the conversations that we do. So let's keep these things front and center. It's not a back burner conversation. It's front, high impact, power burner that we're talking about, and keeping them up and awake. And that's what we are looking at this hour when we look at the week that was on the Situation Room this morning, and talk about the impact of certain conversations that took place between a day like this last week, or certain events that took place, and today, and say what impact does it have on the days going forward. So we'll take a look at some of those things, and to help us out in that conversation, Madam President. Since she became president, she didn't come to see her constituents. She'll tell you. She didn't come back to see her constituents, but it's okay, because now, as they often then now seek re-election, as is the norm. When they seek re-election, they come back and tell their people, I never left you, I was here. Angel Budhia is the national chairperson of the Jubilee Youth League. She's here this morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Drew. Good morning.
Some of them, they don't know what we're talking about.
Well, they've forgotten so fast because they're the ones who elected me.
They're the ones who elected as the president
on the show of Miss President that aired on KTN in 2022 to showcase the prowess of women and in governance, and to expose Kenyan women to the day-to-day activities of a president. And it was heavily contested. We were over 50 contestants in the academy, went all the way to the top 6, and we KTN also hosted us for the presidential debate, and Kenyans elected me overwhelmingly as their Miss President. Season 2.
How long is your term?
Well, I'm waiting for season 3 now, so
I told you maybe when they are seeking re-election,
we come back.
They come back.
I'm not seeking re-election.
Okay. So we'll call it season 3. Shege Majuis is also here with us this morning.
Thank you.
The executive director of the Party of National Unity, and he joins us this morning. Good morning, Shege.
Good morning.
People are also wondering why you're called Majus.
Majus, I got that name from university. After 2007, I was an IDP.
Yes.
So going to university, my parents didn't have that capacity, maybe to sustain me in the university. The 3,000 I was left with, I bought a blender in the university, and I started blending juice.
Yeah.
So from that time, I earned the name
juice. There you go.
Yes.
You both join us this morning. I'm very glad that you've done so, because of certain conversations that we'll be having as we look at the week that was and the impact that it bears. And we know that both of you, in your capacities, in the ecosystems in which you operate, then bear something towards, development of activities, conversations that are necessary to have. So we're very glad that you've joined us this morning. Thank you for being in the hot seats of the Situation Room this morning. Even as we get into conversations, we're going to take you to the Benin Republic. It's in West Africa. It's a small nation, but an impactful one, because it bears the remnants of a deep, deep culture of governance and trade, and very many things that still are imbibed in a traditional yet emphatic culture. And the Fon people have very interesting proverbs. This country was colonized both by the British and the French at some point, and still bear a lot of that colonization. But the African tradition still stands true in this country. So I want to share this proverb with you this morning. I would love to get your interpretation of it. And this is what it says. The green snake said, watching a person is better than biting. The green snake said, watching a person is better than biting. I'll start with you, Shege.
According to me, on that proverb of Benin is that sometimes it's good to watch than to provoke, because it's a green snake in a green grass, so it has already camouflaged. So it can be able to camouflage and maybe bite the camouflage and hide from this person. But if it bites the person, it has already exposed itself that there's a snake in this grass. So in this case, the snake opts to camouflage and have peace in that grass and exposing itself.
Well, I find snakes very interesting animals because I fear them so much, but human beings are not their natural predators. So we are not prey to them ideally. So they're very interesting. So when a green snake says, let's just watch and not bite, because once we bite, it's deadly. But then again, I would like to differ a bit with that African tradition, because the more you watch, I think the more the things get worse. I think even when we look at the youth of Kenya, they are crumbling today because of the things that they continue to see happening in government. And we are the green snake in the green grass, as Maju says. And once we continue maintaining that stature, I think the more we are going to blink into oblivion. And I was just passing by the University of Nairobi, and I saw how celebratory it looks, because today is their graduation. And I saw the enthusiasm they have in them. I was once there as well. And we look at the state of education and the state of unemployment in the country. And if we continue to be the green snake in the green grass, we are going to find ourselves in trouble. We need to bite, and we need to bite hard. Yes.
All right. You need to bite and bite hard. In other cases, you need to observe. Perhaps a combination of the two. But that proverb has power, whichever way we look at it. So thanks for sharing your interpretations of that. Let's see how that reflects in the conversations that we have this morning. So it's just been 7 days, but it feels like 70, because a lot of things have happened between last Friday and today. And even as we're looking at that, it gives us fodder for some conversations that we'll have this morning. Let's start off from getting into the weekend. Of course, the political were at it, and it was quite something, right? Everybody had things to say, and then we come into the week where former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua says, if I'm going to be president, certain things are going to happen. PLO Lumumba said, you know what? Nobody should be there. Nobody who's even touched the hem of this political garment should be in this game whatsoever. We need to drain the swamp completely. Teachers went to State House, got some money, 100 million shillings down the drain, and probably some more on Sunday. And then we're coming into where we are being told a number of things, isn't it? If we look into the headlines this morning, shock as county wage bills rise by 11 billion shillings in a year. 10.8 billion shillings is the extra money you spent on paying allowances. Shock over 1 billion shillings poll budget. We want to go to the mini polls in the month of November. And we're going to need 1 billion shillings in order to do that. Wind of change is an interesting one that we're looking at, because the wind seems to be blowing from the south, coming up north, and they're saying, you know what, they said it, not me, 1 term is what a lot of these folks are going to be doing. And we just came up where the other day when it's a Shylock's haven, people can't afford to do life anymore, so they're going to have to borrow a lot of money. These are the things that are happening in Kenya. And it's not another country that we're talking about. All of these things happening in Kenya this 1 week. What does it say? What's your outlook as we look at the week that was?
And given that they are both woke to the realities of the nation, Shege is my good friend. We share the space of opinion and politics.
Right.
And so I'm keen also to continue this conversation, because the week that was has been very interesting. We've seen, as Ndu says, the wind from the south. We had Botswana just Malawi displacing an incumbent. Then we had Malawi. Tanzania is going to the polls in November. And then thereafter, we're going to have our friend from Uganda going next year. Then the year after that will be us. So, there's a lot to be desired and a lot to see from that. Also, you say today you have a graduation, but the lecturers are on strike. There is a lot. What's your feel on what is happening?
One thing I have to say that I have to agree with Pierre Lumumba for the first time, that if this country is going to stand, we have to drain the swamp, the entire swamp. Because a person like Rigathi Gachagua coming to say that he is the change that this country need, I saw some people saying that maybe he doesn't mean that he's running for president. He's running mad. Because we have seen Gachagua when he was in power. Gachagua, when I think was JKUAT, they were graduating, he went and told them there are no jobs for the youth. You can remove my trouser, you can whip me, there are no jobs. That when he was the deputy president. Now all of a sudden, he realized that he can be able to lead this country. A person who was impeached because of their differences with the President William Samoei Ruto. If you look at their politics, they are not addressing any single issues. I want to see a presidential candidate who will address the issues Kenyans are facing for 5 minutes without mentioning Ruto. Because you don't have to mention Ruto. Just tell Kenyans, this is what Kenya is facing. Don't tell us Ruto Meiba, where maybe Banini, because you have been part of it. I should tell people that the reason why Pierre Lumumba is saying that we have to drain the entire swamp, if you look carefully at this country, we don't change a regime. From 90s, a person who was a foreign minister in 1990, Kalonzo Musyoka, he became a foreign minister during Kibaki regime, a deputy president, a vice president during Kibaki regime. Now he's seeking to be the presidential candidate. You look at all these people from all that time. A person who Ruto came and told us, you know, Ruto did campaign on the backdrop of Wameiba Pesa ya Kemsa. Awatu hawana huruma. Who was the minister then? The minister then was Mutahi Kagwe. He was in charge of Kemsa, Minister of Health. We thought when Ruto takes over, the first thing he will do, he will jail Mutahi Kagwe. All Mutahi Kagwe will be taken to courts to answer to those charges. But what happened? He took Mutahi Kagwe and he was given a powerful docket, agriculture. And the other day he came and told us, Mutahi Kagwe, that during the Gen Z that was happening, the Gen Z was stealing fertilizer. You wonder, which are these Gen Zs that are so determined to do agriculture that they are even stealing fertilizer? You understand? Yeah. So, I agree with Pierre Lumumba, and I'm telling Kenyans, if we are not going to drain the entire swamp of all these people who have been in power before, there's no even need for us going to replace Ruto, because nothing will change. You realize these are the same people who form the next government. When we had Aurora and Kimwarer that was happening, who was the Minister of Water at that time? It was Cherugui. During Uhuru's time, after Ruto came, he gave him, he was in charge of the Hasra and cooperative. Are we together? So there's nothing that changes in this country. This issue of lecturers going to strike and something, it has been, it's like a consistent epidemic that usually happen over and over again. We don't have a person who can come and say that I can be able to address the issues Kenyans are facing without looking at the lenses of the tribe. The people we have now in opposition, they have also grouped us.
Yes.
These are cousins, these are Nairots, these are what, these are what. Those are not the issues Kenyans are grappling with. Kenyans are grappling with real issues affecting all Kenyans. We are hearing Floridians telling us that the next election will be determined by the tribal numbers. Wewe enda ukuje na kabila yako, useme umekuja na watu wangapi. Wewe ukuje na watu wangapi, wewe ukuje na watu wangapi. Why don't they tell us that kila mtu ende, each kingpin, akuje na watu maskini. Wakabila waletwa kwa meza, so that the money they have plundered over the years they can give to these people, because it's like a bargaining chip for these tribes, but the entire country is going down. It's very funny. My friend come from Kiambu, Angel Budhia, and I can tell you now, a place where people it was unheard of lining up for relief food. Nowadays people in Kiambu, a place where we have people growing coffee and tea and everything, Gatundu, they're lining up for relief food from morning 8.
Kiambu. A dormitory county of Nairobi.
Among the richest county, apart from Nairobi, is the richest county in this country. People are lining up kupo gorogoro ya maragwe and from bursaries. 8 and bursaries. From 8 in the morning to 7 ndio upe gorogoro moja. You can tell the trajectory that our country has taken. And if you are not careful, there will be no country here. We will go Nepal way.
So Angel, looking at it and picking it from what Shege is saying, there is a myriad of issues that is happening. The potential recycling of leaders. Actually, I call them politicians. Those are not leaders. The perennial strikes of the teachers, the teaching fraternity. They almost make it appear that striking is part of practice. So if in your tenure you don't strike, then you are not a very good practitioner. From the lack of participation, because now you're in the youth league of a political party. And one would wonder what would be the chances of even you being nominated to be like a presidential candidate in the party or any other party that you would join, you know? All these issues, when people look at them, today we are looking at another scandal where the church is really not upholding the morality concept that it should in the society. From your reading, what are we lacking as a country?
I think my reflections this week were quite based on the movement in Nepal, and Kenyans are looking at pictures from Nepal and they are wondering, is this AI? And Kenyans are typing and deleting because, you know, it's like when you're doing exams and your neighbor copies even your registration number and your name. And Nepal did exactly that. And they were not afraid to say that this is a Gen Z protest, just like the one Kenya did. And they took our playbook, our blueprint, and they did it word for word. And Kenyans are looking at themselves and like, we are the inventors of this. We are the founders. Now Malawi is doing the same. And we are looking at a continent that has been inspired, or even a globe that has been inspired by the youth of Kenya. But when we look at ourselves, we are wondering, where exactly are we? Even when the Daily Nation puts it out that it is a shock that 1 billion is needed for polls. That's just 10 meetings in State House per day. I don't see that one as a very big budget to go into a democratic process, because otherwise it would be chaotic. And remember that we don't have the same support we've had from our partners from the West. The West is not going to help us do civic education, so it is going to come from the taxpayers' budget. And that is appropriate. That is how it should be. We are supposed to be an independent country and we should run our own polls. If we believe in our democracy, we should pay for it. And this is where I come to remind the people of Kenya that a vote does not cost 1,000 shillings. You cannot take 1,000 shillings and vote in a particular way because of 1,000 shillings. We must be reminded that a vote, I can only equate a vote to a life. Because when you vote, you decide who lives and who dies. When you vote, you decide who controls the budget of Kenya. That is the value of a vote. And that needs to be passed across to the people of Kenya. And I'm glad that we are slowly coming to that realization. And even when we look at a government where we're even having conversations on social media, when I say that I don't like this government, I'm told you are a Kikuyu, that's why you don't like this government. You are not, you think that it has to be a Kikuyu who needs to be president. And now people start having the conversation in their homes of, okay, are we going back to the tribalism question? And even Mr. Ruto talked about it in State House and said that I don't hate the people of Muranga, and no one tell you this conversation about tribalism. And I think the government is using tribalism as its chief propaganda machine, because when I look at government, this Kenya Kwanza government got into power through a classical theory of the hustler versus dynasty, and now we are in an intergenerational war, and the government has no chance in changing that. So what do? The government brings up the conversation of tribalism. It is the 42 against 1. And I was so inspired by the people of Kenya when, after the BBC documentary was aired, and Kenyans decided to say that if it is the Kikuyus who are said to be hating this government, then I'm Charles Kamau Owino. And that became a very interesting conversation, because we should not be taken back to the politics of 1997. We're in 2025. We're going into 2027. For goodness sake, we are in the era of artificial intelligence. We cannot be boxed into tribalism of Kikuyuism and Luoism and all that has grappled this country since independence.
Well, yes, and when we look at it, because you mentioned very well that the spirit of the Gen Z, which for me is a Gen Z revolution, sparked a global conversation, because we've seen many countries, including even some of our neighboring countries, they had attempts of trying to own their democratic space and inspire the change that they want. Do you feel that the Gen Z revolution is still on, given that perhaps we may not have been able, or Kenyans may not have been able to go full throttle like the Nepalese did? Is it maybe we uphold our democracy more because we have a constitution that gives us gaps on how to fix the gaps? But do you feel a Gen Z revolution spirit is still up?
Yeah, Josphat, that's why I have a beef with the Beninois and their proverb of it is better to look than to bite. And I think that the Gen Z revolution, we are in the revolution as we speak. And, it was very traumatizing for the young people of Kenya to see their brains being splattered outside parliament. And that's something they are not able to move away from. And it has become so risky in Kenya that being on a show like this one and speaking my mind and posting a post on Twitter or on X can land me in jail or even be the end of my life. And these are some of the things that we're coming to a realization, because for a long time I've been wishing maybe the Gen Z protests could have happened 1 year to election, but the silver lining in having it far away from the election as it has been is because we have time to reflect and we have time to have these conversations, because we'll go to an election very emotional and we'll just make another mistake like we made in August 9th of 2022. Now when we are going into the election of 2027, we will have a clearer mindset. We'll decide, do we want people who can speak on top of cars, or do we want people who can actually fix an economy? And that's the conversation the young people of Kenya are having on the X spaces. Those are the conversations that young people want to have. I mean, if it's about running for office, when you look at MCA seats, over 2,000 of them, and young people only have 300. MCA seats, these are seats that should be predominantly for young people. When you go to MP seats, when you go to,
why should they be why should they be predominantly for young people? And are we talking about affirmative action here in order to prove that certain things can happen? Or should we say no, because we have a bulging youth population that we should then, because of the numbers, have them in those seats?
If I want to talk about a conversation about elective politics over the years in Kenya, I would go and ask myself, do I have the money to run for office? And when I look at an MCA seat, it is your locality, it is your home. You do not need the publicity of getting known from Mombasa to Kisumu to Garissa. If you are a young man, young woman in Garissa, you can be elected by your own locality. That is a locality you can campaign on foot, ideally. And you can be able to collect signatures on foot. This should be the easiest seat for young people to get across the country, because it's not like a seat like governor where you need to traverse over like Kiambu 12 constituencies, or Nairobi, or other counties, even Marsabit and north and eastern parts of Kenya. I mean, crisscrossing the counties, just the logistical nightmare of elections for an MCA should be something that a young person anywhere in Kenya should be able to get. You don't need the aspect of clanism. You don't need the aspect of even gender. That is a seat, if you work very hard for, you can get as young people. And these are seats that control a huge budget of counties in Kenya. Yes. And that is where we can even make the most meaningful of change. Because one of the most impactful political seats that are there in Kenya is the MCA seat. It is that seat that can be able to, where they are the most accessible to the people of Kenya, because you should be able to call your MCA. Your MP perhaps might not be available every other time, but an MCA is always there. It is one of the most difficult seats that we have today. It is one of the most unappreciated seats that we have today. And I think those are seats that young people should occupy at least at 50%. Because the rate at 2,000, over 2,000 seats, and we are only occupying 300, why is that the case?
Then Chege, one would argue the approach of segregation is used depending on who is telling the conversation. So the higher level politicians are using the tribal matrix to divide the country. And now the youth are saying, step away, you old people, let us, the youth, take it up. But at no point do we hear the conversation of efficiency, that meritocracy. Are we ready to have that conversation such that if you're young or old, yes, and I appreciate the social dynamics that go into getting into political office. It's an elective position, and it's an industry. Are we even treating it like an industry the way we treat the health industry, the agricultural industry? Because you say, I want to start being a farmer. There are things you need to do to become a farmer. If you want to be in an elective position, are we there yet to say there are some certain meritocracy standards that we need to look at, both as a voter and as an aspirant? Are we there yet, so that we end up with a better crop of leaders and perhaps grow our economy, grow our country?
My question is, who are we as a country? Who are we? Because number one, we don't know who are we as a country. We lost our tradition. Like she said that there's that country in Benin that they have their tradition. But Kenya, we don't have our tradition. We don't have our ethos. We don't know who we are. The youths are not fighting with the old people. There's no time the old people are fighting with the youth, because these seats are open. Anyone can contest. But because we don't even know who we are, that's why we have all these discrepancies. And maybe the older people are taking all these seats and the youth are not taking them. Because if you look at this country, if you look at yourself, the leaders we have, it is the mirror of who we are as the people. Because as a youth, when I go to my people in Nakuru and tell them I want to be their senator, it is the youths and the old people all together who will ask me, where leta pesa macho. The youths will not be like, you are one of us. Will not ask for money, and the old people will be like, you are a youth, that's why you're asking for the money. The older people, when they are vying, it is the youths and the old people who ask them for money. They don't ask for the integrity. They don't ask for the accountability. That's why we are saying that for us to change, we have to drain the entire swamp. We must start a conversation of having an identity as a nation. Because the reason I'm saying that is because we have seen even the young people who have been voted to offices, and they lack integrity. They are very corrupt, and they have been voted. We can have more young people into elective position, and it can even be worse. We have seen MCAs making even the life for governors hell on earth, because they are constantly asking for money to do things, because they want to do some things, because they think next election they will be just kicked out and they just go back to where they were. So in this country, we have started a culture whereby if you get into a political seat, in an elective seat, you must accumulate as much as possible. Hii kitu ya kuitwa mheshimiwa, for you to be a mheshimiwa, you must be driving a big car, a Prado or something. You cannot be a mheshimiwa walking around unachoma mahindi atwe ni mheshimiwa. But in fact nowadays hata ukinunua gari kubwa, people will start telling you, hey, mhesh. Even if you are a CEO of a company somewhere, because they think that's how it should be. So my question is, as a country, if we cannot define who we are first, the ethos, and we define the direction we want to take as a country, even if we populate that parliament and those assemblies with the youth, the culture might continue. Because even these older people, most of them, if you look at them in their years, they were voted as young people. But what sustained them there maybe was the integrity they had. Are you together? So for me, I have an issue as a country, because even if we are going to the next election and we cannot define that, we really need to change this country by coming up with a culture of leadership, whereby leadership is not going there to enrich yourself, of becoming a mheshimiwa, a servanthood kind of leadership. You are there to serve the people. We will still continue with this debate of the older, younger, rich, poor, hustlers, dynasties. Because we have a hustler president. Look at him now. He's just accumulating.
Angel, let me throw you off a bit and say, I'm going to quote a statement here, that when officers tell Kenyans they have no fuel, many interpret it as bribery, but that is not the case. That's a statement from CS Interior, Kipchumba Murkomen. And I'm raising this statement on the backdrop that the Gen Z revolution is still on. There was flooding of police, at some point even the military, in the streets of Nairobi, in the streets of Kenya basically, who are deployed heavily. There was no shortage of fuel then. Tomorrow, if you dare to do a demonstration, I am sure the police will not call you first, or you'll not have to fuel them to come either, disperse you. What do you make of that, given this is a relatively younger person who is having a very high ministerial position making such remarks in modern Kenya?
Maybe know who the person is.
The Interior CS. Yes.
I think
it's on that page of the Daily Nation.
All right. I think that.
Well, he said was, but
yeah. We'll go with that. I think sometimes I look at this, and we were having a conversation with my peers yesterday, and we were asking ourselves, when teachers are going to State House to get 10,000 shillings, who is on the wrong? Is it the teachers who went there, or is it the president who facilitated that whole process?
I would say all.
Because now we're looking at ourselves in a shrinking economy where we are living hand to mouth. Both the employed and unemployed are suffering in equal measure, and we are looking at an economy that has been shrunk to the size where we don't have a choice but to take what is available. And when you look at an officer uttering such words, it's trying to show that the government is not as wealthy as you think. But where are the resources going to? And these are the questions that he should be asked. Because when you say that you don't have money for fuel, but there's money to give to teachers at State House, and there have been about 10 delegations to State House. That's $1 billion. That's the 1 billion that we need for the polls even. Yes. And you look at some of the things that remind me of why we went into the Gen Z protests of 2024. And one of the triggers was, of course, the finance bill at that time. But then there was this MP who had carried bundles of cash going for a sports tournament. Yes. And then before that, you see a president going to a church to give millions in donation. And then you're telling Kenyans, please buckle up. And these are some of the small things that our leaders do. And they don't know how much they go into our subconscious. Because I remember even the Molo MP talking about the finance bill then, saying that we want to tax sugar because it causes diabetes. And that was taken like a joke on that show. But that was quoted when we were having the X-Space with the president. You have leaders who are uttering words blatantly, left, right, and center. When you say shoot to kill, I mean, they don't think that these words that they utter will come to bite them very soon. And the young people of Kenya are not forgetting. We know everything. Since the moment Mr. Ruto took the Bible and said, when nikiweka Biblia chini, in 100 days, in 3 months' time, in 2 weeks' time, and even when you're talking about the recruitment of police, and we know very well how that process is marred by corruption, and you need to know someone to get anything. These are some of the things that pain young people, and that's why they go back to the streets, because we're even taking so much time before we even have children. We are taking so long because we cannot afford to have another extra mouth to feed. So when we go to the streets, we know it is a do or die situation, and these are the statements that are made by leaders or proposed leaders. And they land us into sheer mediocrity. So even when I was listening to the president when he was speaking to teachers in State House and saying that he's been dealing with mediocrity, it's like he's been putting out fires for the past 3 years. Now he's asking for a better leg room so that he can be able to finish what he wanted to do in 2022. And Kenyans are having none of it. But I love Kenyans because when you're speaking to them, wanakuambianga mheshimiwa ni wewe uko ground. Wanakuwa wanasema two term na ni teachers. But I'm sure even if you put 2 ballot boxes there, and you put 2 contestants between a cow and him in that same room, I think the cow would still take the day.
Looking at it, it's been a very interesting, and we'll come back to you, Angel, because I understand your county, Kiambu. The doctors have been on strike. The interns have been recalled and reallocated to other more embracing counties. Because you spoke of do and die, we'll come back to you and see what you think about that situation. But Shege, looking at it from a different angle, I think at the beginning of the weekend, or at the end of the weekend, we had the impeached deputy president. He read out the CV of the president on the qualifications he has, on the certificate, the diploma, and all those. Some of them could be unpalatable words. But then the president also did a rejoinder the other day when he was really responding to that, basically. Where are we when you look at the decorum? How are we going to have a more sanitized conversation when it comes to politicking? Because all these conversations of insult, Junaid said it's not yet time. I think he's building up his buffer on insults for when the referee calls the game to go. But what do you think about the morality surrounding our politics? Because when you say we as a people must define what we want, are we ready?
You see, it is deliberate. It is by design that they are doing that. Right. These issues of calling each other's name, they are making the politics, it's me, Gachagua versus Ruto. It's not about the issues that Kenyans are facing. Because I think at that platform, it will be better be used by addressing the issues that Kenyans are facing. But they are being diverted from the issues that they are facing to individuality. It's me, Gachagua, I'm not educated. It's him, he has a master's or PhD. We don't care about what you have. Because we had other presidents, we had Kibaki. Kibaki was one of the best students of economics, even in London School. He never at any given time told the public or Kenyans that he was learned, that's what he was doing. But today, if you look at the modern Kenya, we can trace it to Kibaki. Development that we had, all these bypasses. He's the one who designed and planned the kind of the economy we have right now. It is now at the time that we have leaders now coming because they are not able to achieve what they told the Wananchi that now have a PhD. Why didn't you tell us that when you are going around ukikulaga mahindi na mandazi kwa barabara and you are calling yourself a hustler? Ulisoma bila viatu. Why didn't you tell us you had a PhD then? Why didn't you tell us you are the most educated president then? Yeah, why did you tell us then that your deputy was not educated? Because you are the one who chose your deputy, and you, as a PhD holder, you could not have gone and chosen a person who is not educated, but you chose him. So you are trying to divert the issues that the Gen Z were bringing. And if you look at it, the reason I'm saying it's deliberate is because since Gen Z happened, there has been a deliberate effort by the politicians from both sides of the opposition and the government to make sure that Kenyans will not come together on the basis of issues. Because if they do, I'm telling you, the Kenyans start opening their eyes on what they are going day-to-day, daily basis. And this poverty is manufactured by these politicians. I'm telling you, the Gen Z spirit will come back. So the issues of those shenanigans of telling us that is not here or there. Because if you are that educated, why don't you make education affordable for all? Right now, you are in that university, you got that PhD. The university lecturers, I'm doing law at the University of Nairobi. We have not been attending classes for the last 3 days. The lecturers are on strike. And then we have a president bragging to Kenyans how he is educated, how he has PhD. And instead of making sure the education is working, he's calling the stakeholders of education in State House to give them 10,000. I take a grudge with the leaders of the KUPPET, Akina Oyo and the rest.
Yes.
They should look in the mirror and see we had leaders that time, Akina Adongo.
Yes.
People who stood with what they believed in when Moi was there as a dictator, Akina Francis Nganga, and they stood for the education and education wakairainisha. But these are the people who are going to the State House when education, for the first time I saw it was, I think, Standard or Lady Nation 2 days ago, saying that for the 7 year, right now we are talking education is a 7-year law. This year. But at the same time, you have teachers going to State House saying that we have understood Ruto program of education. Me, I usually blame Ruto because maybe sometimes all these advisors he took, 50 advisors, maybe those voices in his head, they're the ones who are confusing him.
Okay. Do you think Kenyans, the things that we say, because the conversation has been one of frustration, the cries out of mediocrity for the last forever, have Kenyans really hit the wall? Because it would appear as though if the frustration is as high octane as we say it is, if that it's gotten to a point where really you're out of depth here completely, would we see a different kind of reaction beyond just the complaint, or are folks actually waiting for a constitutionally mandated activity such as the ballot to then be able to register solidly their frustration? Are Kenyans frustrated enough? Is the talk that we're seeing in so many circles enough to deal with the problem? Or are folks saying, you know what, we're just going to wait it out, and when we get to the ballot, then you will see, and we will manifest our frustration in the vote? Is that what's happening?
I would think that, yes, that is happening, because as I earlier on mentioned, the government of Kenya did a despicable thing, and how it handles the protests in Kenya. And it really went into shocking the youth of this country. It was really a traumatic experience where we went to funeral after fundraiser, or going to hospitals to visit our colleagues who had burns because of tear gas canisters, explosions. And those are things that really went and sunk deep into the minds of the youth of Kenya, that a simple call for governance, proper governance, is something that could lead to the ending of a life. And even Albert Ojwang's death, and looking at how even he was buried in his home in Homa Bay. And I think that these are things that are settling into the minds of the people of Kenya. And we look at those moments, we are asking ourselves, how exactly do we want to go about it? Who is the problem in the government of Kenya? Is it the president, or is it the president and the entire system? Do we go the Nepal way, where we take him out and we put in someone else, or do we wait for a constitutional moment where we are able to register as voters, because we are still the same register of voters that elected him into office, and now looking at it coming with the by-elections and going into the elections in 2027, though they seem far, but I think that if there would be that, you call it the stroke that breaks the camel's back, we still have two more June 25th to come. We still have 2 more Sabasaba days to come. We will commemorate these days as we have in the past. And if the government does something that is despicable, then we will not hesitate to go the Nepal way. We have seen it work, and we know it can work, because this country, because I look at myself as a young Kenyan who has gone to school and is looking forward to a bright future, and I know that every day that Mr. Ruto sits in the helm of the leadership of this country is a doomsday for Kenya. I have no future with him as president, and if he continues to joke with every sensitive sector of this country, then I don't believe why he should continue sitting in that office, even if we have to wait for a constitutional moment of 2027.
And speaking of constitutional moment, and don't lose your Kembu comment on what is happening. Yesterday there was the birth of leadership, new birth of leadership in the Safina party, and now Jimmy Wanjigi is the party leader. And he'll be launching the feast agenda. And one of the things he's talking about loudly about is the odious debt. Because you see, we lose a lot of money into this, what you would call regime debts. Basically, they are illegal, illegitimate, should not be paid. They ought not to be paid by Kenyans. Perhaps we could plow back those resources to develop our systems. The next thing he speaks about is free education. We say 7 times all-time low level of education. Just play that forward in 10 years. You'll have people who can maybe read and write, but they cannot. They're not useful in the industry. They'll be struggling a lot. And yet the Gen Z movement, a revolution rather, was facilitated in my own way by the seed that Kibaki planted of free education. So when we mess up education now, we are moving the country back 20 years, it will come back 10 years later. So does that excite you? I know people have different political parties now, but when you look at what the country needs, when you hear the issue of odious debt, the issue of free education, the lowering of the VAT, among other things that we need intervened, forget the political party, forget the person. When you hear those issues, should they be realized? Do you think we're going to have a better country? Do you think we can have a systematic change again?
I think, number one, I attended the meeting, the Safina, as executive director of PNU, because Safina is a party that has been in opposition, and they have been there since second liberation, led by Paul Mute. Now they are handing over the party leadership to Mr. Jimmy Wanjigi. And one thing I can say that Jimmy Wanjigi has been very consistent on this issue of odious debt.
He has.
And he has been trying to explain to Kenyans that there is no way this country will develop with this odious debt on our back. Because the president said that the other day that he has been paying this debt. But if you look at this debt, it's not reducing, it's increasing. You are at 10 trillion. Now we are 12 trillion.
Yes.
So you are wondering what is happening in this country. Because this debt, if you are paying, it should be reducing. But it's increasing to a point that now it is becoming unsustainable. That for 100 shillings, Kenyans are collecting as taxes. Over 70 are going to the payment of debts. And we have even the president, the current president, was trying to set up a task force to look at this issue of odious debt. But it's so hypocritical because he has been there for the last 10 years, from 2013 to 2022. He was the deputy president. You can't tell us that you are forming a task force of people who are not part of the government, but you are part of the government. You knew what was going on. Right. So he should come out clearly and tell us what this issue of odious debt is saying. Because Kenyans are looking at that issue of odious debt and are saying, I think that is something that, apart from the Gen Z movement and everything and changing this country, we should have a serious conversation on this odious debt to see do you see some of these things coming to the realization? Because let's look at the processes and how they operate.
Yes. We know very well that Parliament is a budget-making body. Yes. It's a legislative body. Make the laws and tell us how we're going to spend the money, and then give your assent to it.
Do you have a parliament?
Do you see Parliament, for example, saying no to a debt ceiling where we've already been told by the President himself that there is corruption that goes on in Parliament? Do you see them coming up with a law that's going to curtail this kind of activity? Do you see, for example, senators going in to grill governors? We see the grilling, but what happens after that? When 400 million shillings cannot be explained, when 20 million shillings cannot be explained, do we see that senators, do we see that members of Parliament go to Parliament and make the law to insist on prosecutions after things from the Office of the Auditor General or the Controller of Budget come to light? Do we see that kind of activity? Can we realistically say that we expect such things to happen?
And that's why the words of PLO Lumumba come to life, that fagia wote, drain the entire swamp. Because you can't have the same people in 2013 who are approving all these debt ceilings are the ones who are auditing it again. But if you can't have fresh people who don't have that mess, they can be able to do it. We had the president the other day telling Kenyans that we no longer have parliament. Ni soko huru, whereby vitunguu zinauzwa, nyanya zinauzwa, anything that goes can be sold in that parliament. That is the president admitting. In fact, he even admitted that he gave them 10 million. And because he's among the buyers of that soko, he's a participant in that soko. Akasema mimi niliwapatia 10 million iliwafikia because of so what I'm saying is that currently with the parliament that we have, it's not possible. But if Kenyans can come with that slogan, fagia hawa watu wote, we try and try to salvage because that's all debt with the parliament we have. I'm telling you, it will never see the light of the day because how watu walikuwa from 2013 from siku ya Kibaki up to today.
As you fagia wote, as we work towards that constitutional moment, if we went in a police way without any serious policy changes, any serious systemic adjustment, would we amount to much? You know, would that solve our odious debt? Would that make education free? Should we go to the Nepalese way?
I think if we went to the Nepalese way, I think the person I would install as president, I would vote for is Fred Matiang'i, whether he is ready or not. Because I think we need firm people, and we need someone at the top of the leadership who is firm enough. Because when you talk about odious debt and education and the people who negotiate this debt for us are the people we give at the ballot the opportunity to do that. So whether it's illegal or we are going to pay or not, it is a commitment that was made by the Kenyan government. When you see the government printer being moved to State House, then you know this odious debt is quite difficult to go around it, because Parliament is the one that is responsible to do that, not even the people of Kenya, because for them is maybe to petition some of these things, but the Parliament of Kenya is the one that has the sole authority to do that. So when we talk about the changes that we want to see in this country, Parliament is not even with the people of Kenya, because we saw even Mr. Ruto during the PAG asking parliamentarians, did you receive that money you were supposed to get to pass the anti-money laundering bill? and you see, that's the kind of conversation they are having amongst themselves. So when you're talking about debt ceiling and all that, it is Parliament that has that mandate, not me or you in this room. For us, it's just to critique and to talk about it. But our mandate will come at that constitutional moment. And I think when we are able to now look at the kind of leaders that we have, we need firm people. We need people who are no nonsense, they don't joke, and people who, you know, we take life so casually. The way we skip the traffic lights on our highways is the same way you skip a bill in Parliament, or you pass a bill in Parliament that goes to change the lives of you and your children. So we need people who are firm and people who are stuck. Like you were talking about the issue about Kiambu. I think there's more of politics going on in Kiambu than any other thing. Now we're talking about a funeral that took place, and that has become the conversation of the day. And we have members of county assembly who are hell-bent on trying to show the governor that we can also show you the middle finger. You can go, we can impeach you. And you know, that has become the contest in our county assemblies of today, that it's about showing the governor, if you don't toe the line, we are going to do this to you, and you take away the independence of the governor. Even now dragging other leaders like Gathoni wa Mushomba, who's, you know, the internet is saying that they've cancelled her. But I also want to tell to remind the people of Kenya that you cannot, Gathoni wa Mushomba can only be cancelled by the people of Githunguri who elected her. So there's a lot of politics going on in Kiambu, and that is my county of interest. I want to run for women rep Kiambu there. Ndu, please, I've come back.
When we start,
you called it.
Yeah, so I think that the youth of this country need to take their center stage, and they have never been leaders anywhere before in the government, or at least. But if we can take up these spaces, running for office is one thing. I think my colleague here, Shege, you're also running for office, and that is what most of us must do. Running for senator in Nakuru, and that is what we must do across the country. We must work together and bring an overhaul so that we are able to have accountability. Right now, you can't talk about impeaching Mr. Ruto because Parliament is in his pocket, and that is the only constitutional method to take him out. So we must be careful of our Parliament. We must be careful of our county assembly because they are directly related to our lives of every day today.
And that's the week that was. Just looking at a number of these things, these conversations, as hot as they are now, cannot lose the temperature, because that's what we're talking about now. And it's not just voting, but it's also filling up those positions whereby there needs to be accountability, transparency, and proper management. But again, they don't end. The conversations continue. Angel Buthia is the national chairperson of the Jubilee Youth League, and she told you she's running for women rep Kiambu County. Shegemo Majus is the executive director of the Party of National Unity. He's also said he's running for Senator in Nakuru County. Thank you both for being here, keeping these conversations front and center. We must continue. Asante Sana at 9:02. Good morning.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. A family in Kitale, Trans Nzoia County, is demanding for justice after that their kin died at Kitale Main Prison. Samson Wanda, age 35, was allegedly assaulted by officers at the police station after his arrest during a soup in Kitale 10 days ago. According to Wanda's uncle, Edward Omondi, he was picked from his workplace where he used to sell sacks and tents. Omondi said the deceased was presented at the Kitale Law Courts, accused of being in possession of bang before he was remanded in custody.
On 12, that was on Friday. Mama akanipigia simu akaniambia, Jomba, nimeambiwa Samwa sikii vizuri, wacha niende nione. Akaenda. Kufika kule, wakati alitoka akaniambia ati asikii vizuri na pia anahitaji nguo. Ana manguo, nikazana manguo kwa nini. Nikamwambia beba nguo upeleke. So mama akapeleka nguo. Wakati alirudi aliniambia amepata kijana hapo alivaa. In fact, kulingana alisema kijana hata hamtambui, ni kama ile trauma hiyo. Kijana kama alikuwa anachanganyikiwa akili. Because mama anasema that Friday kijana hata angeweza kumtambua ni mama yake.
Omondi added that Wanda's condition improved slightly as he recognized his mother when they visited him the next day, but the next morning the family was informed that his body was lying at the Wamalwa Teaching and Referral Hospital mortuary.
Tulifunguliwa mwili tukaona ni kijana yetu, ameweka tag pale, tukauliza nani amemleta because tutaka kuuliza maswali. Kijana alikuwa mwili ulikuwa mbaya sana. Kijana alikuwa amefura sana left. Kwani huyu kijana alipigwa ilikuwaje? Hii kufura yote ni ya nini? Na huyu kijana akishikwa alitoka akiwa haya, akiwa mzima, full of health, full of life, na alikuwa very healthy. Inakuwaje? So hatukupata mtu wa kuuliza.
Trans Nzoia County Commander Moses Mutinsia has denied the assault claims. Nzoia Governor James Orengo has called for thorough investigations into alleged irregular dismissals and appointments in his administration's health department. It comes days after a residents' petition was tabled in the county assembly, which accused the county public service board of unfairly dismissing 382 healthcare workers after they had served for more than 8 months without pay. Orengo said he's received a petition from aggrieved healthcare workers and pledged to fully cooperate with the Assembly and investigative agencies.
The county government of Nzoia will cooperate fully and abide with, in accordance with the law, each and all recommendations and resolutions made by the county assembly or other relevant state organs, including the enforcement of administrative action. There is need to engage with the victims and address their plight in the context of of the manner in which the issue arose.
Orengo added that the executive would implement any recommendations arising from the probes and emphasized that county jobs must be openly advertised, with applications and interviews conducted to ensure only qualified persons are appointed.
There are clear procedures for qualified persons to be appointed and deployed as part of the staff establishments. Jobs must be advertised, applications must be made, and interviews conducted. That is the only path for qualified persons to be appointed and become employees of the county public service.
In Narok County, persons with disabilities are appealing to both the national and county governments to put up special schools in each sub-county. Justice Ole Kinsontu is their representative in Melili Ward.
Tafadhali mrijengee special schools ambayo inasaidia watoto walemavu. Kwa sababu hiyo ni challenge kubwa, kwa sababu watoto walemavu ni cripple. Kuna cripple ambayo wanaenda hizo special schools na challenge yao ni mingi, na mali yote ya Masai inaenda different schools out of the Narok County. Na kwa hivyo sasa tunaomba serikali ya national na county government washikane pamoja ndio wajenge kila special school kwa each and every sub county in
The UN Security Council will today vote on whether to reimpose sanctions on Iran over its nuclear program, the Council's presidency said after Britain, France and Germany triggered the process that led to the vote. The three European countries signatories to the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action intended to stop Tehran obtaining nuclear weapons, alleged that Iran has broken its promises under the 2015 treaty. Diplomatic sources expect that the resolution will not have the 9 positive votes to uphold the status quo, in which sanctions remain lifted and the measures will be reimposed. The Council's rotating presidency confirmed today's meeting, which begins in the next hour. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 10 minutes after 9 o'clock, into the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this Friday, and we get into a healthy Friday conversation at this point. We're going into a number of things coming off of it, and we're looking into oral care and hygiene today. And joining us as our guest is already here. Just a reminder that on YouTube, Facebook, and on X, our live streams are up, and our audience on KTN continues to be with us this morning. And as we continue, let's let you know who our guest is. We're going to be looking at oral hygiene. It's a Healthy Friday conversation. Our guest is a dentist and dental care and advocacy champion. Did you know that there were champions for such? Well, there is. His name is Dr. Nyachio James, and he joins us this morning. Dr. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
You're in the hot seat of the Situation Room this morning. And our Friday conversation is around something that sometimes we think, you know what, I brushed my teeth. That's about the end size of it, isn't it? And then we keep it moving. Well, apparently it's not. But we'll get into that in just a little bit. We usually go around the African continent every week. And every week we stop in a different country. We, get the sights and the sounds and the smells and the bites of each country. And then we take their proverbs back. This week, we have been in the Republic of Benin. Benin borders Nigeria and Togo, as well as Burkina Faso and Niger in the north. And one of the proverbs that they share that we'd love to get your interpretation of is this. The green snake said, watching a person is better than biting. The green snake said, watching a person is better than biting. What would you think about that?
Thank you again. So I like the proverb. It gives good context. My thought in it is that the green snake probably is cautious. He or she. It fears that if it does attack the man, maybe the man is going to respond. So the green snake is a brave coward. He's not making advances, and if he watches, he gets to live longer. So yeah, that's my interpretation on it.
Okay.
Interesting. So, oral hygiene. Basically, as Ndu says, people know, or just the general wisdom is that brush your teeth, perhaps a mouthwash, and you're okay. But still, people are still queuing to the dentist clinic, to the dental clinics for dental care, losing their teeth. And by the way, a friend of mine once told me that by design, every human being should die of old age with all their dental formula intact. But then the erosion happens. So then one begs to wonder, what is oral hygiene?
Okay. That's a nice question. And it gives an opportunity to explore more and maybe bring good context into the table and make the population or the community at large gain and benefit from the same. So when we talk about oral hygiene, all of us, the first thing we do in the morning when we wake up is to start with the hygiene of the mouth, because the mouth is a very crucial and an essence part of our well-being, and it's the entry or the channel through which we communicate with our body. So the mouth is very pivotal. That's why in the morning it's the first place you'll have to check in and make sure that you have maintained your hygiene. So again, you mentioned that despite us following this rather mechanical procedure of cleaning our teeth, we still find people queuing at the dentist for, of course, the dental services. And this now brings, why will this happen? And yet we are following our routine course of treatment, of brushing, and yet we still have to go to and see the dentist. So in a nutshell, I would like to address this by saying that oral hygiene is an individual based, but it's enforced. It's enforced prior by your dentist, and then it comes down to you as an individual now making the correct follow-up, and then also you have to know the right way to brush your teeth. As previously held on this platform, it was mentioned that when we're brushing our teeth is a mechanical process, and in it we are required to do a circular motion so that we enhance better, and then also we also get to protect our gums. So this is an area that I feel that it needs collective, and it needs also to be done at the lower level, whereby the school level, so that when children are growing up, they learn that this is how we maintain our hygiene. So thus, as they're growing, they are less likely to face dental challenges.
Why circular motion? Let's get into it. Why circular motion when you brush? Everybody says all the time.
Yes. We encourage circular motion because, and we only say that's the only way you're supposed to brush your teeth. And we also encourage that when you're brushing, you use that force of a child. The force of a child is that you be gentle on your teeth. Before I dwell into the circular motion, I would like to expand more on the applicability of why we use a toothbrush. So a toothbrush has components. The first component are the bristles. These bristles are shaped in different form, and they can come in different fibers. So these bristles, they are designed by the manufacturer with the intention in mind. It's a quality assured product. So at the end of the day, they are intended to clean your teeth in a sufficient way by applying the toothpaste to your teeth. And then when it comes now about the circular motion, this is intended because when you see our gum line, they are shaped they are embracing the tooth. It's like it's hugging the tooth. So when you're doing the circular motion, you are maintaining the integrity of the gum, and you are not causing further damage to the tooth. Yes.
Okay.
Wow. And yet, as you say, we use the toothbrush and the toothpaste. Those are the basics under normal circumstances when there is no any dental issue. But quality of the toothbrush, because they say change your toothbrush. Is it every month or every 3 months?
Comment 3 months.
Yeah. I don't know whether that is based on the regular of usage, because some people brush once and that's twice and thrice, depending.
What?
A day.
Oh my God.
A day.
Okay. Well, yeah. Others. Then the other issue is the toothpaste, because you hear fluoride is not good for your enamel. There's a lot of calcium in some of them. All these products are out here in the market, but for a regular Kenyan who is listening and who really wants to take, because the dental fees are very expensive. Any dental visit will feel we left you dented very well, to an extent of almost losing a tooth. But for a regular Kenyan who wants to take charge of their own oral health, who wants to start a routine that can maintain their dental formula, what are the key basics to consider buying a toothbrush, buying toothpaste, and now the practice of brushing?
Okay, that's a good question. There's one part of your question I didn't answer, and I feel like I can bring it back.
Sure.
So you mentioned that you admire, or your friend mentioned to you, that indeed as we age, we are supposed to age with all our teeth.
Yeah.
This is indeed true, and it's what we are striving to achieve. For instance, Japan, before COVID or during COVID, they came up with a campaign. They call it 2020. What it means by 2020 is that at the end, when you reach 80 years old, you should be able to have at least 20 of your teeth intact in your mouth. And they went ahead just to incentivize by giving a reward. If you find an old person who has maintained their teeth, and even in full capacity, there was a reward for it. So you see that you are incentivizing the public. But now, if you come down now to the common dental problem, as you have mentioned, a regular person, how we can be able to assist them, especially Kenyans, because Kenyans are very informed people, and their context, when you give them good information, they are very good at synthesizing it and making the best for themselves, because they understand this knowledge is for my own benefit. So the best way we can assist the public is by having more dentists out there to the public forum, whereby dentists, the current notion is most of the dentists are based in the urban setup, which is indeed true, because most of them are also trying to make a living, and they also have other social obligations. But for me, majority of dentists I've worked with, they are very compassionate people. And I think most of us, we understand when someone visits us, it can be once in their lifetime. If you look at the current ratio of patient to doctor, there's a big gap that really needs to be addressed. So I've seen most dentists doing their work. They are very passionate, and they take time educating the patient before they proceed to the treatment. I personally, I will spend much of my time trying to educate the patient. And then also, in addition, I try to encourage the patient when they come for their dental visit, if it's possible, they can come as a family. I also give incentive to them so that they can be encouraged, so that any other time they require dental attention, they know instead of coming one person, we can go all of us. So if they come all of them, we take time, educate them in the room. This is how you maintain your teeth. This what will help you to enhance your hygiene. And now to your other question about the preferred maybe toothpaste for general cleaning, and then also the myth around fluoride.
Yeah.
There are a lot of myths around fluoride, especially now with social media. And some of these are not scientifically proven, or they don't have evidence that can back it. It's just hearsay. So in my experience, and in my learning, I did come to know that fluoride levels are not dangerous to our body. It's only when they exist one part of fluoride, that's when we consider them now they can be harmful. And again, they're harmful when only they can be ingested systemically. So this is mean when it starts from the embryonic life. So when a mother is pregnant, it's best and in the best interest that they are protected against the water they are taking. Currently, we do have people who are very active in making campaigns against the effects of fluoride. Most of our regions are in balance. Some regions have good fluoride levels in the water. Some region does have excess fluoride levels in the water. And how we are managing this, we are introducing something we call a reverse osmosis. This is a filter that you attach to your daily water consumption at the house. That's both for cooking, drinking, and it helps to filter out the excess fluoride, so that when your child will be growing up, they are less likely now to face psychological embarrassment or be not comfortable with how they are appearing. Remember, the mouth is one of the very basic thing everyone is proud of. It's the mouth that everyone, whenever there's something in the mouth, you feel uncomfortable to come out in the public. And it's the mouth that also defines you. Your physiognomy comes about because of your smile and everything. And then the most common thing that I found again is that our smile is our identity. At the end of the day, your smile is what can bring much about your kindness with your eyes. Those are the things that will make you show, and maybe in public, people will convince people more. So if this one is taken away from us, we tend to... Yes.
Right. Now, looking at it from another perspective, a lot of us Kenyans will not make a dentist visit unless we have to. Unless there is no other way, unless there is no
you can't sleep at night.
I can sleep at night, and unless there is no root I can chew, and it capsizes the pain.
Yes.
But sometimes maybe we don't have to wait until it's that late. Because someone will notice a bleeding gum and they'll be like, maybe it's my toothbrush. They change the toothbrush. But what are some underlying conditions, in the dental formula, including the gum and all that exist, that perhaps you come across mostly in your practice?
Okay. That's a good question. And it's a common experience in most of the patients we see. They come in, and most of the challenges that they report to you, Daktari, I'm unable to chew, I feel my teeth are moving, my oral smell has changed. And sometimes so they can come about, they say if they take anything cold, they feel a lot of sensitivity. They can't entertain something cold. Some will say, I have to mix my water between cold and warm. and then others will come and talk about, especially with the geriatric patient, most of them sometimes they have undergone to clinic because a patient is a vulnerable person. And inherently, a doctor is someone who is trained and is under oath. So we normally take an oath to protect you. So if you go to a person who is not qualified, at the end of the day, this person is not binded by any oath. And they are less likely to give care to you that is to your advantage. They will consider themselves more. So what we are trying to achieve at this day is by increasing our public advocacy so that people are able to differentiate who is a real qualified person from a person who is trying to cut shortcuts.
Okay.
Yes.
So, if this is the case, why do a lot of dentists then insist that when you have an issue with one tooth that they want to remove it?
Yes, a tooth has a lot of integrity. They exist together in, it's like a team. So if one of your tooth is out, other teeth lack support if there's no rehabilitation. And if they lack support, they tend to drift because it's the contact that makes the teeth to remain within the bone structure and the gum, and the support of the gum. So if you remove one tooth over time, there is something we call bone reception. That is, the bone gets to reduce by its height. At the same time, your tooth in the socket, the opposing tooth will move because it's looking for that contact. And at the same time, the opposing tooth on the side, which is on the, I will use the term, at the distal end also, will tend to drift to the mesial side because of the forces, occlusal forces that are acting on the tooth.
Okay, so
Yes.
then why do dentists insist on removing the tooth? Because I'll give you an example.
Yes.
I have impacted teeth. So my teeth grow into the bone. So one was removed and I went through hell and I was not ready to do the other one at that time. But now I find that the other tooth is growing because where they would meet, obviously the one down has been removed. So the one upper is growing.
And pressing on your gum probably.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So why remove it?
No.
If we're saying that we should die with all our teeth intact.
Oh, okay. So the specific tooth you're talking about here is called the wisdom tooth. And the wisdom tooth, because if you look at our adaptation, we are still evolving. If you look, some literature will suggest that as we evolve over time, our third molar might cease to being. Because even if you look at it at this point, its size keeps on decreasing over time. So this tooth grows under a lot of pressure. The bone at which it's growing, it's a very limited space. So the tooth tends to maneuver itself so that it can come out and exfoliate out of the gum. So when it does that, its roots tend to bend. And at the same time, remember, this tooth has grown under extreme conditions. So when you're trying to, when it's growing, it's become also an area whereby it's difficult for your brush to reach there. So it's easy for that tooth to form a cavity or a carie. And in other countries that have progressed, it's normally advisable that at the age of 16, when the wisdom tooth is there, you go for a surgical disimpaction. This is whereby this tooth is removed so that you are better off cleaning. And then also this tooth, because it grew under a lot of pressure, if you have any impact at the corner of your jaw, is the area whereby the jaw can fracture easily. So as a precautionary treatment, we normally advise the patient to remove them.
So that's why it's removed.
Yes.
All right, can we go back to hygiene for a minute?
Yes.
Like when we talk about, oral hygiene, we tend to think, okay, you brush your teeth and then you're fine. But then from what we understand, that there's more than just brushing your teeth to maintain proper oral hygiene.
That's correct.
What's that?
When we talk about maintenance, this means it's an habit. You're going to do it over a long period of time. You're not going to do it today and stop. And we have dentrifices. These are appliances that help you to clean your teeth. Other than the toothbrush, there are other dentrifices that we use to clean our teeth. These ones, they include such dentrifices as dental floss. There are other interdental brushes, and there are also other specific brushes that we use to clean our teeth when we have undergone other treatments like orthodontic treatment and so forth. So when we advise you to maintain oral hygiene, we also encourage you to be visiting the dentist biannually. So by biannually, we are able to see your mouth. We are able to see any disease that is going to progress
address, and we are able to advise you. So in my health model, for example, I believe in what we call a salutogenic model. In salutogenic model, we base our practices to evidence. We follow the evidence, and then from the evidence, we try to prevent disease from occurring. So at the end of the day, if we have more dentists who are at the community level, they will help to educate the public about how to maintain their oral hygiene. And if the public also adhere to routine checkup, at the same time, they are less likely now to develop oral health diseases and condition. But there's a question he had mentioned that I would like to go back. He mentioned that there are a lot of Kenyans who are suffering from different conditions that are presenting in the mouth. And I wanted to talk about that maybe at length a bit. In the current state of oral health policy and advocacy, we are being sidelined on the talk about NCDs. NCDs, these are non-communicable diseases. The non-communicable diseases, they include diseases such or conditions such as cardiovascular conditions, cancer, and then we also have chronic respiratory diseases and at the same time diabetes. All these diseases are caused by modifiable factors. To mean, the factors that cause the risk factors for this disease are shared. So if you're having a dental problem, it is shared for the same person who is going to develop a stroke or a cardiovascular disease. And the current WHO guidelines is encouraging, it's like a world order for the governments to pay more attention in managing NCDs, because when you talk about NCDs, we are talking about a disease that affects half of the world population. And a disease that affects half of the world population is a disease that is worth paying attention to. So gum diseases and oral health conditions are also part of the NCDs. And in fact, they are a major component of what we call NCDs. So when you find that we are being sidelined in addressing the NCDs, we are leaving a big gap in future, which needs us to focus back and we address it at the present moment. So I wanted to give an example. For instance, if you find a patient with hypertension, they are normally on the drug we call nifedipine. This drug has a repercussion or has side effects to your gum, whereby if a patient is taking this drug, they tend to have gingival enlargement. That is, the gum swells and becomes big. Most of these patients, because already they are ashamed of their condition, they don't seek dental attention, and even they don't know it's this medicine that is causing this problem. So we are trying to bring that awareness so that NCD can also include the dentist and oral health provider in their compliance and in their alliances, so that we can tackle this problem as one. So at the same time, there are other conditions such as diabetes. A patient can be just seated, and then without even pus or anything around their mouth, they start noticing that their teeth is moving. So at this level, patient comes to you, they are worried, or they cannot eat. They have not eaten for days, because whenever they put anything in their mouth, they feel the teeth are loose and they are moving. So, and then the teeth tends to bleed easily at that stage as well. So they tend, if they put something in the mouth, there's a lot of blood. And you see, these are things that this patient doesn't know, because they are only seen by a general physician, and the extension to a dentist becomes a problem, because also that knowledge doesn't exist. So if the NCD campaign incorporates dental in it, it will have a wider impact, and it will address most of these issues, because they are all interrelated.
Yes. Someone is asking, are electric toothbrushes effective?
That's a good question. Again, it takes us back when you brush our teeth is a mechanical process. Most of the toothbrushes from some brands, they are dentists. They involve dentists when they are making them. So even the force at which the bristles are rotating are the force that we recommend. So yes, electric brushes, the right ones, they do have good impact. But if you buy the ones that they are not measured by the dentist, the harm can also introduce harm.
All right. Sorry. So
looking at the young ones, I think they bear the brunt of the what you'd call neglect.
Because I think as parents, we are very good at making our kids happy. So we'll buy candy, crepes, sweets, name them. They're all confectionery. And only a few months or a few years later, you go to a dentist and the dentist asks you, you've been feeding your kids sweets. And you know, these are maybe below 7 years old. They may not be as keen on the brushing as an adult would. You know, they need a lot of guidance when it comes to that. But what is the correlation, the relationship between this sweet or sugary stuff and the extent of dental corrosion when it comes to dental issues?
Okay. So that's a good question. And it brings us back to what our teeth are made of. Our teeth are very defined structures, and it's made of different layers. And as a consequence, the food we eat also, some are acidic based, some are alkaline based. And since the tooth is made of a specific structure, when it comes into contact with these acid food substances, they tend to leach away. It's a very micro process, but it has impact if it's done over time. So they tend to leach away. That we call it corrosion. They can corrode away the tooth, leaching some of its material. And when that happens, they develop sensitivity. But let's now go down about children, who are most of the dentists, despite how children will be, we enjoy working with them because they are very honest people. And when they give you the honest feedback right and there, so you know how your work is going. So most of the time, and again, also there's something that I wanted to address when we talk about children again. So, you know, most of us adults, during our time when we were undergoing dental treatment, or as we undergoing dental treatment, the approach was not that refined as it is now. Right now, before you sit on the chair, we try to calm you through other things. And then also, before we give you an injection, we numb, we do all the things to make you very comfortable and take the pain away. So, but unlike us or our generation ahead, they experience a different experience. And they tend to use that on children by telling them, when children they do something wrong, they'll tell them, "Takuchukua kwa daktari." I tend to think that we can try to avoid it, because at the end of the day, the children tend to fear us because they think we are somehow, but we are not. We are trying only to enhance their care, and things have improved. So as much as we the older generation who went probably this experience, I feel it's wrong to share them on children. We should let them have the experience at the dentist, so they're determined. So now going to the sweets and maybe the sugary things children love, to some extent, sometime we allow them. We don't take them away from the children, but we advise the parent to make sure if the child has taken something which is sweet, they give them water to rinse off their mouth. And that one also, again, I want to address something back now to when a mother is nursing, because it's the same thing that we will use. The breast milk has a lot of sugar, and most of the time you find the baby will cry at night, so the mother will nurse them at night so that they can go back to sleep. But then when they do that, they tend to forget, or they don't have the knowledge to know that this milk has a lot of sugar and we are supposed to protect the teeth of this baby. So our advice is, normally when you nurse the baby at night, you can find a clean cloth, you just put some water in it and you clean the teeth.
They're going to sleep.
Yes, I know it's tedious.
Not even the tedious. They will wake up.
They will wake up.
Them
trying them to sleep.
But then maybe you can make the clothes to be warm. On maybe you can give them a bottle of water to suckle on, so that it clears off our intention is to clear off the milk from the tooth.
Okay.
Yes.
I want to go back to the fluorosis issue, because I see a couple of questions coming in on that, but it's a thing that a lot of the water that's being consumed while mothers are pregnant, and then while babies grow up in an environment where they are, ingesting this water, because whether you use it for cooking, whether you use it for brushing your teeth, it's going to have an effect. So we have high salt levels and fluoride levels in water in many areas of the country. What we hear is that there are techniques and so of course then we get the stained teeth with the levels of fluorosis that we see affecting teeth, whereby you can go from slightly brown to almost black, like we've seen in many cases, almost completely black. There are things that we've heard can be used, bleaching, coloration, and that once fluorosis has set in, there's really nothing you can do to go back. But you can change the appearance of the teeth. What are some of those methods that you can use? First of all, to stop further fluorosis, and then also because it's a social issue as well, especially when it's among children. Children can be mean. Children can be quite mean when it comes to and the self-esteem and all of this. So what can you do to enhance the look, first of all? And then what can you do to stop? You talked about reverse osmosis and things like this. What can we do?
This one calls for a national approach. This one cannot be solved in a private way, because for me, I feel it's something of public interest. The level of fluorides in our regions vary, especially in the Rift Valley. They tend to be high, and other regions also they can have high fluoride levels.
This region, Eastern,
yes. Going up here, the level of fluorides are high. And if we have a public approach whereby it's embedded within policy, we will have in this area public health officers enforcing there's no water that should leave its source and it's being piped to households or where people are drinking without that reverse osmosis filter. But then as we wait for maybe this to be achieved, we normally advise parents, especially those who are at the childbearing age and of course they are intending to grow a family. They should at least ensure that they have one filter in their house so that it filters out the fluorosis, and then we can prevent fluorosis from. But for the cases that have already occurred, what we are looking at, it depends on the severity. In literature, we normally grade fluorosis into 4 grades, from mild, moderate, severe, and there's another grade that is there. So for the mild and moderate, these are processes probably we can try. There are 2 ways. The mild one, maybe you can do bleaching. It can give you results. For the moderate one, we normally advise the patient to consider veneers. Veneers are aesthetic chromium zirconium crowns that we put on the teeth, and it's most likely what people who are financially enabled go for, because it really enhances your look, and they are very aesthetic. But for the severe cases, sometimes we don't want to interfere, because then when fluorosis occurs to your tooth, it makes the tooth to be brittle, because the tooth has taken in an additional structure. It's a chemical process that occurs, binding and making the tooth to be more hard. But when it exceeds the region again, it makes it to be more, it's like glass. So there are some levels that we don't want to interfere again if there is no symptoms. But if there are symptoms, we normally try to treat the symptoms so that, yes, the tooth can do other functions without pain.
So what about masking? I've heard about masking.
Yes.
What does that do?
Masking is a temporary procedure. I will not call it permanent.
So is bleaching. Bleaching is temporary as well, isn't it?
No, bleaching is permanent.
Okay.
But masking, we normally, when we are doing masking, we inform the patient that this one can have stain again in 10 or 5 years. So if you are comfortable, we are going to do it, so that after this time, if it's stained again, you can come, we redo it. But yes, masking is good. It's what is most people can afford. And when it's done right with the right material, it's impeccable. It's something you'll admire. But then the other thing that I wanted to address maybe out there to people, because also I'm a dentist who is keen on sustainability practices, we are trying to encourage dentists to use materials that are sustainable, so that we don't cause a lot of harm to the environment and then leave a big trail of our carbon footprint. So in the present days, yes, we do encourage masking, because we understand what self-esteem means to you, and we understand also your physiognomy also is dependent on your smile.
Are there downsides to masking?
The downside to masking is one, yes. If it's not done correctly, the patient might experience sensitivity. But when it's done correctly with a qualified person, it's excellent.
Okay. Someone is asking, one of our viewers, in your line of current practice,
is SHA covering the preventive or other dental care services?
Yes and no. Because SHA is categorized. They are civil servants, and then there are those who pay off their pocket. For the civil servants, most of them, they get to enjoy a number of procedures. For the common person who is not employed by the government, it becomes a challenge. They are required to, again, go to their pocket. And we see that as, again, bringing about health disparity and creating, again, a gap in health. Because we understand the current policy in health is to enhance universal health coverage. When you talk about universal health coverage, we are trying to make health accessible, affordable, and equitable. So if other services that are crucial and are needed by this patient, there are for services that we consider them emergencies in dentistry. That's what a lot of people don't know. And there are services that you require them, you cannot do without them, and yet we found some insurance sometimes they tend to reject them. For instance, let's talk about that patient with hypertension. If this patient with hypertension comes to the clinic, it's an urgent need for us to help them maintain good oral hygiene. But then sometimes those procedures we do, the insurance tend to shy away from them, which I feel they need to be informed more, because this is a life-saving procedure to this patient.
Right. And now, you mentioned very interesting that sometimes maybe in future we may have is it a generation due to evolution who will have fewer teeth? They might lose their third molar.
Not losing essentially, but it's the size is reducing.
And looking back, have we lost a reduction of some sort?
I wouldn't like to bring that, especially at this stage, but it's a literature I've gone through. So maybe I revisit it and I see. But yes, there was that. There was that.
There's that theory. Because evolution also is very controversial. But now there's the issue of dentures, because we spoke about not losing our teeth. Then, but when we do, sometimes it's inevitable. Could be as a result of an accident, or the then poor oral hygiene. Also, genetic factors. I think there's
correlation.
What's the place of dentures in current practice?
So I've had the privilege to work both in public and in private, and there's a big need for correct processes to be given out there. When you talk about denture, it's a subspecialty in dentistry, which is under a specialist we call prosthodontic. Now, prosthodontic, they help us to rehabilitate or to bring about anything which is pros is unnatural to the body. So most patients, because of also insufficient or adequate dental personnel out there, they have ended up losing teeth. And some of them actually, it impacts directly on how the food intake they are taking, because someone will avoid a certain meal, and this meal yet is the nutrients they need most in their body. So it's affecting their general well-being, and their quality of life is shredded away. So these patients, we normally encourage them to, most of the public hospitals, they are doing these dentures, and most of them are doing them very well. There are places where they have prosthodontists who are doing very wonderful job with the community, and they are relatively cheap. What I would like to say to the public that if you are rehabilitating your teeth, we normally encourage you, and at the end of the day, we incentivize you by reducing the cost for that. So there are two types of dentures, for instance. We have the partial dentures, those that covers. If you have lost part of your teeth, we partially cover you. And then we have complete denture. If you're dentulars, you have lost all your teeth, we normally give you a complete denture. Now, this denture, depending on your financial strength, can come either in terms of a resin denture or a cobalt chromium denture. All of them, they have good function, and it's actually highly encouraged. If you have lost your tooth, it's highly encouraged that you rehabilitate the mouth, because if you don't rehabilitate the mouth, the side that you have lost the tooth, you remember our face, our chin is made up of muscular structure. These muscles help to bring the jaw up and down, sideways, and all the side. So if at a particular side that we have lost the tooth, the muscle tends to grow more
towards that side.
Right.
When it grows more towards that side, it pulls your cheek also inside. So that's why you find most of these patients, the muscle tends to collapse inside. It's not collapsing because it lacks that support. Your teeth is like a wall.
Right.
Yes, yes.
Right. Oh. Now, there's a new trend.
Yeah.
Sometimes for optics, sometimes for health
reasons. Yeah.
The braces.
Yeah, braces.
Especially for those who do it for optics. What's your take on that? And what's the qualification for one to be told, yes, indeed, clinically, you need to have braces?
Yeah, good. So braces, first of all, they fall under a dental specialist we call orthodontic treatment. Orthodontic treatment, they help us to align our teeth in the desired occlusal form and in the desired aesthetic form. So when we grow up, because also lack of that capacity to see a dentist, sometimes the parent tends to advise the doctor or that particular physician saying the child to do the extraction. When you do early premature extraction, we misguide the tooth which is growing underneath, and it misses its path because the tooth which exists there is the one that guides it. It is required, if it was necessary indeed for you to remove the tooth, they should put a space maintainer to maintain that space for the tooth, the incoming tooth. If you don't, that your tooth become crooked. Now, when do we say that you qualify for the orthodontic treatment? If you are beyond observation by a dentist, at the age of 11, 12, 13 upwards is when we can consider, because at that time you have finished the milk tooth and the primary tooth now are all inset in your mouth, and then also your jaw development at that stage is very crucial and can help guide the teeth in the better place. So but also you might grow up at minus that age and you find that you did not get these services. It's still advisable you come. So you can just come at any time, but the dentist, we do diagnostic procedures, and orthodontic has also improved. There are other methods that we are using currently, the Invisalign, for which the patient is able to be guided from the first day when you are designing to the last day. The patient is also able to observe the treatment and also is able to consent now to your treatment.
Okay. So a couple of questions around milk teeth, because we know they fall out and you don't get them back. Obviously, you get your permanent teeth after that. But then, at what age should teeth actually start protruding from the gums? And as you know, you see when a baby has started teething, there's some discomfort, and you can tell usually what's about to happen. And then you link it later and say, oh, okay, they're teething. At what age should the teeth start protruding? And then, as teeth start falling out, as the milk teeth start falling out, sometimes they shake, they get irritated. Should you help them along and remove them, or should you let them fall out naturally?
Okay. Thank you for the question. Teeth have their biological clock. We expect at 6, we expect some teeth in the mouth. And
6 what?
6 months.
Okay. Yes. All right. I was going to say that's a while.
And then we go to 36. So that's the last tooth. We expect that's the last tooth to come in. Now, there is a lot of misinformation around that age, because that age, the child is in a stage, we call it the orophallic stage. The child is likely to pick things to their mouth, and with the environment there are microbes and bacteria, so the child is feeding the microbes into the mouth. So, and you find that time is when the gum is tender, so there's likely exposure and contact can come in. That's when there's swelling, the child starts diarrheaing and fever. But sometimes this is misconstrued, especially in our community. We have a phenomena, we call it infant oral mutilation. Infant oral mutilation is whereby a child becomes sick at that age, the mother is worried, they take them to traditional healers, and these traditional healers, they tend to think it's the gum that is causing this problem, not the contamination that came about. And they end up scrubbing it with traditional, it's called mutilation for the word. It's basically mutilation, and in most cases, some of the patients, they have ended up dead, and some of the patients have ended up bleeding into the emergency, because then these people are not in a capacity to control that, and then also they leave infection around. So this is also another campaign that by the dentists, we are trying to create awareness around the practices, although it has gone down, and it's an old practice that is introduced in the country. It follows a belt all the way to West Africa, but most of it has gone down. So yes.
No, is it true that a toothache could even lead to a brain infection, or a gum infection could lead to the brain infection.
Yes. And sadly, we have seen such cases, and they are not good cases to see.
Right.
Our head and neck is our specialist as dentist, and there are a lot of structures that are connected to your body that passes through the neck. In the neck, there is one particular muscle that will go all the way to your body, covering all the muscles. So you're like, I don't want to use the term, but you're like a sack. So if there's any infection that will get from your teeth and enter that space, it can travel literally anywhere. And it's the worst case you can see a human being suffering, because it deforms the person, it strips them of dignity, and then also it brings about, you cannot stay with people because the smell that will be coming out of you, no one will even go near you. And these are the cases that are somehow on the rise in the current moment, because even in my during my internship period, what I got to experience really is something that I feel like it needs a lot of addressing, because patients goes to clinic with quack people, they do extractions, that extraction develop infection, they are not attended right, and currently we have what we call antimicrobial resistance amongst our population. This antimicrobial resistance means even if we give the best antibiotic, we are not able to fight this disease. And it's going to be common if we are not putting everything in check and having the right people attending to our people. Yes.
Wow. Yeah. You mentioned earlier on that you do can I call it oral activism?
Yes.
For
advocacy.
Oral hygiene, advocacy for oral hygiene. So what are some of the activities you are into, and then where are you to be found? Because people need to know, at least, because somebody said you should visit a dentist at least twice a year, even if it's for just salamutu, consultation. Yeah.
So as I speak here as a dental champion or an advocacy champion, my intention is to enlighten the public. And again, it brings back, I say, I love the salutogenic health model, whereby we go and address the problem at the community level as opposed coming to treating pathologies. So how I see it is by addressing the problem at the grassroots instead of coming and being the savior at the top. Because even if you do that, you are not able to reach a lot of people.
So where are you to be found?
At the current, I'm based at Hurlingham. Hurlingham at Dr. Tim's, and I also work with AR. But I also work with other organizations. I work with Dentists for Africa, who are very immaculate people. They do a lot of good work in our western region. They participate in education. They have school programs whereby we go to children, we teach them. And I also partner with other researchers. I'm currently researching in dentistry and doing my master's. And I enjoy a wide community of people who are like-minded. I work also with Masai Mollahs. Masai Mollahs work at the remote in Kajiado, whereby they tend to the most vulnerable people. I've also had a privilege of working in partnership with the Dutch Dental Foundation. They are based in the South Leaf of Kilifi. They are doing a good work with the vulnerable community. And now my current place is the Kenya Dental Association, whereby I try to make sure that people are informed about oral health care and awareness.
Okay, I want to take one last question, which it seems to be a big thing, that also when we deal with things like halitosis and not quite sure what's causing that, you might think it's just maybe food stuck in your teeth that's causing bad breath. But we also know about, scrubbing your tongue. But then tonsil stones is also something that we've seen. What are those, and how can those be handled in the quick minute that we have left?
Yes, tonsil stones or tonsilids, they are fragments of food particles that get stuck at the back of our tonsils. So they are unrelated with tonsillitis. When we eat, a fragment can just, because tonsil is a very soft structure, it will absorb, it will take in. And also it can be a mucus plug. It sticks there, it hardens, and then it forms a stone. So how to maintain? We do encourage to use sometimes salty water if it's swollen to gargle, Okay, and then also we do encourage to use mouthwash. It also encourages to clean, but there is no specific treatment that is indicated for tonsil stones because they tend to vary. There are some that the patient can cough off, and there are some that maybe they require an aid of a physician to remove them. But some of the way to reduce tonsil stones, because we know what some of the things that we suspect they cause them, include like you have to do away with habits such as smoking or drinking in this case.
Wow. Okay. Our Healthy Friday conversation this morning, this Friday, has been around oral health and just making sure that, you know, certain things are up to scratch and getting as much information as we can. It's impossible to exhaust all of these things in an hour because there's still so much to scratch beyond the surface on. But we want to thank you so much for being here with us. Dr. James Nyachio is a dentist and oral health activist champion as well, and making sure that we have all our ducks in a row. Thank you for being here with us this morning.
Thank you.
Josphat, thank you for, riding the wave.
Yes, and find out. I'm told Joshua Maponga might be in Nairobi.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll look at that.
Joshua, if you're around, we need to find you. Yes.
Asante sana for keeping it the Situation Room this week. It's been a quick one. We just got to Monday and we're already on Friday. More conversations to be had. Take care of yourselves. Have a good weekend. We'll talk again, God willing, Monday. Good morning, 10 a.m.
Thank you.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. The High Court in Nairobi is today expected to issue directions in a case where 4 petitioners are challenging President William Ruto's decision to establish a panel of